Good. It's 8:30 a.m. and we are here for Central Services Update with Tom Gaines.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
How are you all today? I'm going to start with talking about the Clean Buildings Act. As the board is aware, we've been staying ahead of the Clean Buildings Act, and to that end, we contracted with custom energy consultants out of Spokane Valley to review our energy usage, help us with our buildings, and make sure all the reporting is done to Commerce and Energy Star. We've been dancing around this audit for the Law and Justice Building. It's an ASHRAE Level 2 audit. We weren't going to do it at first because we were talking about demoing the building, and if it was scheduled for demolition, it didn't have to be done. But now it's not, so we still have a reporting period. So Custom Energy Consultants on Grant County's behalf applied for a grant with Commerce, and we've since received that grant, and that will pay for most of the ASHRAE Level 2 audit. The remainder would be paid either by the WASAC grant, which we're still waiting to hear about, and if we don't get that, then the remainder of about $18,000 will be paid out of our professional services. But either way, we're going to have to do the audit, and we're going to have to do an amendment to the consulting agreement with Custom Energy Consultants, and I'll probably have that to you guys next week. I didn't get time to do it this week and get it to you, so and I don't want to do it as a walk-on, so I'll do it next week. It still remains to be seen if we have to do any of the energy control measures. You know, once this audit will not just identify all of the areas where we're falling short, but how to fix them and how to plan for a capital project and that kind of thing. The only reason we have to do that is to come into compliance with the Clean Buildings Act. So there is an exemption for buildings if they're like 50% vacant, which this building would be after they occupy the new jail. So there's a good chance that we'll get the audit done, we'll know what we have to do, but we may end up not having to do anything more. So the grant that we received requires a DocuSign signature. The value of the grant is $30,688. Does the board have any issue with me DocuSigning that grant from Washington State Department of Commerce?
No, but it will need to go through consent agenda first.
Okay. That'll probably be a walk-on this week then, so that I can get that done.
Yeah, no, I think we all grants and everything.
Yeah, because once the grant is signed, I can go ahead and tell Custom Energy Consultants to schedule the audit. And they'd like to get started in the next few weeks. That would be great. Friday afternoon, I attended a Zoom meeting with Paul Jewell, numerous county commissioners from around the state, and IT directors, our entire IT staff, the Deputy Secretary of State, and Commissioner Burgess also represented Grant County in that meeting. The topic was the implementation of Senate Bill 5014 for election security. The meeting was called after Paul Jewell had sent out an email asking about costs, and a number of us responded. I don't know how many people responded, but he got responses from people that said it was going to be anywhere from, tens of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars. And so Paul reached out to the Secretary of State's office and said we should probably talk about this because there's, a lot of people don't understand. So they had maybe a 3-slide or 4. It was a really short little presentation that they did, but for me, it wasn't about how to implement it. I think anybody that's saying it's going to be $1 million just has no clue what they're talking about. It's not going to be that much money, but I brought up the fact that 36 of 39 counties have the Albert sensor. We don't. And that 36 of 39 counties are able to get an $80,000 a year grant to help pay for this stuff, and we can't. What I found interesting was the verbiage that the Deputy Secretary of State used. He said, he just looked right into the camera and said, "That's a choice you're making," which is exactly what Paul Jewell told me when we were in Washington, D.C. So I think there was a little bit of game planning prior to the meeting, and they have no intent in allowing us to access those funds unless we put in an Albert sensor. So I brought up the fact that they sent out a letter to 36 auditors stating that they had a very legitimate concern because of the Doge cuts, that nobody was even monitoring those sensors. They didn't have a good answer for it. They just, they said that was the standard they had set, and I just think they're making a huge mistake. So for me, the meeting was kind of useless. It didn't go anywhere. I'm kind of hoping that I planted a seed with a lot of other counties that, there's a different way you can do this.
There was 120 people on that meeting.
Yeah, there was a lot. I didn't get the number. Was it that many?
Yeah, 120.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Somebody who was in that meeting was posting about it on X. I don't know who it was. It wasn't me, but they were posting about some of the conversations on X. And Commissioner Kaufman from Lincoln County was posting on X in that conversation.
Yeah, there was, I think they were amazed at how many people were on that meeting. They mentioned something about, didn't realize there were going to be that many people.
Well, Paul Jules, when he sent that email out, said, send it to anybody, it was supposed to be a technical meeting and send it to anybody who wanted it, but it wasn't technical. It was not a technical meeting. So, I think it's borderline coercion, that you'll provide a grant, as long as you use something that you have no control over. The state doesn't even have control over these Albert sensors, and it's a route. Apparently, I don't remember ever having this meeting, but when the Albert sensors first started, they actually flew out a gentleman by the name of Jamie Ward, who I met while we were in Washington, D.C. And he used to work for CISA and CIS. And he was one of the ones that helped implement the Albert sensors. He discussed at length with me exactly what it was. After that conversation, I was even more convinced that you could go down to Walmart and do better than you can with this thing. I mean, it's, the problem we have is nobody is against election security. Nobody is against election integrity. Okay. So when you're at the state legislature and in your group with all those legislators, not IT folks or department heads or what have you, and you say this is for election security, everybody's going to say yes. Doesn't really matter, the device or how you're doing it. Nobody wants to say no to election security, even though you're instilling an absolute false sense of security by installing these things. So, unless you bring a legal argument, I guess, to the Secretary of State's office, we're just never going to be able to, get that $80,000.
What if we put that Albert sensor on a separate VLAN that didn't go anywhere? How would they know?
Well, but so what we've been told is you can't do that. Even though they talked about that in that meeting, even with the way that we have our network currently set up, which is already, secure, it has to go where it can monitor the entire network, because they want to see if data is migrating from, VLAN to VLAN. And it's like, well, it doesn't. They contradict themselves in their statements. They contradict themselves in their requirements. When you don't have to push on them very hard to find out that we can do this better. The way you're going about it is kind of flawed. But I don't know of anybody that's got it separate. When you might hear, and no disrespect to any of the commissioners that were in the room, you might hear a commissioner say we have it separated, but when you talk to the IT director, they say no, it's not. So they get. I think it's easy to get confused when you start talking about siloing different departments and where you're putting sensors in your data center and how it's actually monitoring whether that thing is separate or not, or integrated fully into the network or not. The requirement all along has been it has to be fully integrated integrated into your entire network. So, which is problematic. The state doesn't have a good history of taking care of their own data, you know, and I mean, I brought that up in the meeting, and I thought and you can tell me if my take is wrong, but I felt that the Deputy Secretary of State was a little bit condescending and arrogant and didn't really care about anybody's concerns. You know, it was more heavy-handed. This is just the way it's going to be. And you're making that choice. Well, we choose to be better, you know, our entire IT group was on that call, and we had a chat afterwards. We'll talk more about it at staff this week. And we're in 100% agreement that what we're doing is much better than what they're dictating. So, and it's not worth compromising the network in any way so that we can get and not that it would be compromised, but to even do that so that you can get the $80,000, I think is not being a good steward even, you know? So, but I think that a lot of the counties could do a better job if they could just have access to those funds and then let them go about it the way they need to. You can put your requirements out there like they've done. But yeah. So that was my Friday. I'm still working through the contracting portion of the CS building. We've gone back and forth a couple of times with a little bit of language in the contract, but it should be ready for the board's signature next week, and we'll get started. I have bids opening next week on the site prep work for the bleachers, but I still have not received the approved plans back from building and planning. I've sent numerous emails to Jim. I sent him an email this morning. Those plans were put in January 13th. And I have not heard yet from Jerry on their approval. So I'm going to walk over there after this meeting and find out, because I think I'm almost at that point where I think we're probably too late and we won't be able to get the bleachers done this year. It's just going to depend now on All Play's schedule and their Yakima project. If we can still get them ordered in time to get shipped here at the same time as Yakima, they'll move their crew up here. But if not, then it's going to be next year. So, which is going to be too bad because the rodeo's got half that fence taken apart.
Well, that was a couple of weeks ago. You were bringing that to us 2 weeks ago, and it was supposed to be done that week.
So since then, I've talked to Jim, I've emailed Jim, and then I emailed him again this morning. So I'll follow up on that email after this meeting. So
well, and Tom, there might be some aspects of it you can start moving on it. They may allow, you know, pouring the pads or doing something.
Yeah. I mean, I can still do the site prep. I mean, we can still do the project, but we'll just have to put up well, they're gonna have to get that fence put back up because they've taken down part of the fence for the rodeo arena itself, right, where these bleachers are gonna go. So they'll have to put that back up. I mean, we'll figure it out. I'm just giving you an update on where that one is.
Jim's right after you also.
Yeah.
So he's asking.
Yeah, I will. The other bids that open next week are for the horse barn electrical and plumbing. So we'll have everything. The fence project will get published this week, and then all of my capital projects for the fairgrounds will at least be published or on their way to being underway.
Okay, one more time. So you had the fence project. What were the others?
Oh, it's horse barn electrical upgrades for the 5 nobles and water upgrades for those 5 nobles, and then all of our barns then will have power and water for all of the horses. That's okay. My Washington DC trip was good. I spent a lot of time on cybersecurity and AI and getting a better understanding of NACO and how it's beneficial to us in the future. This conference specifically was their legislative conference, and this is always held in DC, and I would suggest that more board members go. I please talk to Rob, but I thought it was there's a lot of value there, I think, and meeting with the other commissioners, getting an opportunity to meet with Dan Newhouse or whoever. So
Were there very many from the state of Washington?
Yeah, there's quite a few. Yeah, they did a dinner for us one night, and there was 15 people in that room, probably.
I think 20 something,
Yeah,
but they weren't all there. There were probably 30 plus from Washington.
yeah. There's quite a few, more than I expected to see. So, for me, it was great networking with chief information officers from all over the country. There was quite a few, some down in Idaho. Had a great conversation with a King County commissioner for a while. It was really interesting. Talk about that another time. But going to stay in touch with some of the chief information officers that I met with. We're going to compare data. Specifically, I found it really interesting. Dubuque County, Dubuque, Iowa. Population's 98,000. They have 450 people in the county.
Half the size of what we have.
It almost mirrors us, but our budgets are quite a bit different. So we're going to set up some meetings so we can discuss budgets and the different processes and things that we use, so we can kind of compare, because their budget's quite a bit lower than ours. So there might be something that we're missing, some other way for us to look at stuff and maybe even reduce our budget. So, and he was more than willing, to stay networked with us and talk about what we're doing. So. Looking forward to that. Lincoln County commissioners will probably, or at least Rob Kaufman, would like to come down with their IT folks and meet with our IT folks and discuss how the various ways, the layered security that we have, how we're doing it, and whether or not they'll be able to do that. So some networking there with them as well. And then they also might reach out to us about our jail. They might look to sign a letter of intent to keep inmates here once our jail's open. So I think when we set up the IT meeting, Commissioner Kaufman would like it if the sheriff was there so he could talk about that. So have that conversation. So when we do have that meeting, I'll make sure all three of you have an invite, so probably just meet up in GCTS.
Well, Joey's gonna end up being a landlord for the jail, huh?
Could be. I mean, yeah. So, and next time you'll have to ask him. He said he had a letter of intent, and it's Chelan something. I don't know if it was the city of Chelan or Chelan County, but Chelan County's got a jail that's got room. So I'm not sure, but somebody over there signed an intent with him to hold inmates, and yeah, I don't remember exactly who it was. Tomorrow, it's a little bit frustrating for me. Since this project started, we've tried to include a canine area. Designing it was, you'd think it's simple enough. We had a lack of input from the sheriff's office. It's been difficult to get anybody to be on point on it. And now, we've got a budget for it. We're working on it. But we have a lot of design considerations. Tomorrow, there's a group going to the city of Spokane. I'm not going, but members of LIDIG and our sheriff's office and our canine units to look at all the kennels that they have, because that's the model that they want. The good news is the model that they want is well within the budget we have. So if we go with what they're using at the city of Spokane, we'll probably end up getting a credit back, which is great. It's just we're having to redo design, which kind of stinks, because we haven't been able to get the engagement we needed, at least on that portion of it. So that's happening tomorrow. So I don't know when your next update is with the sheriff, but and I don't know how many people are going. That all transpired while we were in DC. I was watching the emails go back and forth. But Mark on it from LIDIG is confident that it's going to be quite a bit cheaper than everything that we were looking at. So that's good. And I've got a bunch of emails to catch up on. That's about all I have today. Wednesday, I'm going to take a sick day. It's the only day I could get in and see. I've got a consult for my left eye. I got a secondary cataract that started. So I had an eye doctor appointment, and I had to get a consult with the same eye surgeon that did my surgery, and the only day I could get was Wednesday. So I'll be out Wednesday, but I'll be back Wednesday night, and I'll probably be here on Friday as well, because there's just some stuff I need to get done that can't wait. So I won't be here Wednesday, but I'll be here the rest of the week. And I'll get that slip to you to sign. So for Wednesday. Any questions?
Oh, thank you, Tom.
Yeah. DC was great. I actually got a lot out of it. And I'm gonna bring more stuff to the board soon. I paid a little bit extra for the first day was this technology forum that was an 8-hour forum. And it was super informative. I mean, by the time I was done with it, I was wishing that I'd brought like Evan and Keith with me. I think they would have gotten a ton out of it. And then the next day they had this chief information officer lounge, where you just got together and networked and discussed the different things. And I was in there for quite a few hours. That's where I actually met this King County commissioner. But
I feel like those interactions, you glean more.
they can be
than
really
sometimes
valuable.
the
That's
sessions that you're in, it's like,
that's one of the best parts about it is the networking. So, but what I found out in that is that while this is the legislative conference, they have their full conference in July, which is in Philadelphia, and it's a lot more IT heavy. And so I'm going to look at that, and then I'll probably come to the board requesting out-of-state travel and probably go out there with Keith and Evan and take part in that. There's just some things we have to look at first, so probably bring that to you in the next week or so. And all of the, once I heard about the one in Philadelphia, then I made the point to talk to other chief information officers. They all go to that one, so, oh yeah, that's the one. So I just need to dive into all of the different stuff they offer and see what it is. So come up with a game plan. But and county commissioners go to that one as well. So it's not just legislative, but it was kind of neat. It's kind of neat to be able to get up there and walk around the halls of Congress, and meet with your congressmen and see all the history and see that it's a great walking town.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Rob and I
Quite the
walked around
experience.
quite a bit.
I'm laughing. We may not have a whole lot left in our budget, because apparently we have, what, $10, $20 after putting the room mics. The office informed us that office supplies, we are pretty much spent out for the year.
They charged you guys for those microphones?
Caitlin, did we get a bill for the mics? Room kit.
Yes, we did. It was a while ago.
Let me look at that.
That's totally fine, but I think Caitlin mentioned we have $20 left in our,
So,
we've got to watch our spending here at the commissioner's office.
Yeah, we've already spent our budget, and it's only March.
I'm going to be begging for,
Do you
we
have-
talked about a budget extension.
right. Do you have any comments on the DC trip or?
No, it was good. I think that they should go to Philadelphia personally.
Yeah.
I think we are not involved at all in what's going on overall in state or federal.
Yeah.
And that we probably need to be. We are by far larger than 80% of the counties that were at that train.
Yeah.
Wow.
Most of them were counties of 2,000, 10,000, 15,000. I mean, there were some million-person counties and stuff there, but it definitely smaller than us outweighed our size, and they're all more involved in the policy from agriculture to travel than we are. And I mean, we have more agriculture than probably any of them.
Well, and I sat and listened. I went to the Western States Caucus, which somebody here should be a member of.
I believe we're a member of, but
Yeah,
not,
but
we don't sit on it.
active in it. That was a room full of people, and they were talking about.
We're usually it's in July, the Word conference.
Well, but this one, they, it's nice to have the one out here in the West Coast whenever they have it, where you get together and talk about your issues. But when they get together in DC, they game plan, and then they go with specific talking points, and they speak to all of their different, congressmen with a unified voice. So, and that's a little bit harder to do when you're just meeting out here amongst yourselves.
Right.
There was probably 150 people in that room.
Wasn't much room.
Yeah.
Which is something like for me, I didn't even know that was a thing.
So is this the first year you've ever been?
Yeah.
Anybody's ever been?
Yeah, and I would suggest, even considering Jim Cook, or we should have more department heads involved in legislative affairs, so to speak, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, because Jim knows more about planning and future planning than we do.
Yeah.
We're just talking about you, Jim,
Oh, no.
about the,
You just, I felt that you would have got something out of that DC trip if you'd gone. So, that's it.
Next year,
Yeah, or July in Philadelphia,
July in Philly,
maybe.
I hear it's cold.
Is it?
yeah.
But the cheesesteaks are out, so. Anyway, I sent you an email this morning. I'm just gonna.
And I sent it back.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I hadn't seen it.
Yeah, it'll be ready this afternoon for you.
Okay, thanks.
Jerry's headed out to Leavenworth for his annual ICC training. Big deal, big event. So he'll have it packaged up for you.
Okay, perfect. That way I can get it scanned in and sent on. Because they won't even order them until I send that back to them, so.
Yep.
Thanks, man.
Yep. We've been
All right,
all week.
Problem solved.
there you go. And then you're gonna hear something from the port pretty soon?
I was hoping that I would have heard something Friday, but I'll follow up with them again today.
Okay, all right. So keep moving on that front. That's it. How are you, man? Good.
All right, we'll go and recess until 9 a.m. We are back with Development Services. Good morning, it is 9 a.m. and we are here with Development Services for an update. We have our Fire Marshal Nathan Poplowski and our Development Services Director Jim Anderson Cook.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Yeah, so kind of a short agenda this week for development services. We didn't have a meeting last week. First up on the agenda is the February permit statistics report. Starting with building permits submitted for the month of February. So we took in 47 building permits for that month. You can see what the breakdown was of those 47 below. So accessories to single family residences were 14, commercial additions 8, demolition permits 2, manufactured mobile homes or park model RVs 6, mechanical permits were 2, one of those being a large scale solar facility, plumbing permits 1, and residential additions or alterations 14. Permits that were issued last month were 27. Had a meeting with the team to discuss the differences between, of course, the intake of 47 and the issue of 27. And that difference is in the, the type of permits that were issued and, having control or lack thereof of folks, picking up those permits. So, we are obviously in early months of March and people are holding back or waiting to pick up those permits until, they're ready to start breaking ground. So we should see an uptick in those folks picking those permits up. Fire marshal permits for the month of February submitted 10, issued 6, 10 submitted by portal, which is kind of an awesome number. Planning for the month, total of 27. I won't bother to go through the breakdown of those. Revenue for the month of February, $73,000, probably pretty reflective of the 27 permits that were issued. Again, we're seeing a trend of people holding back and waiting until the weather breaks. Of course, under newer leadership at Development Services, we've had an opportunity to discuss process, and we're going to have some process changes that we're going to talk to the commissioners about here in the coming months. But one of the changes that we are making almost immediately is we have in the past been taking in building permits and allowing for deferred submittals. And what that really kind of means is, you can submit your building permit, and we had in the past been allowing for you to circle back around and, let's say, submit your truss package or your flooring system package. And what happens when you defer a submittal to get into the queue, so to speak, is the plans examiner, when they get to your file and they don't have everything that they need in order to review, they have to set your file aside. Reach out, of course, and ask for additional information. They move on to the next customer in line, and let's say they have a complete application and they're working through it, and they're halfway through the review, and then all of a sudden the previous application that had a deferred submittal, let's say that deferral is now here. There's no process, clear process. What do? Do you stop the person that was prepared and ready, set them aside and pause their review so that you can pick up where you left off on the person that wasn't prepared? So, and it also skews the numbers. It makes you, in this case, if you think about the numbers that I presented to you today, we've submitted 47, we've issued 27. That's the reason that there's a disparity in those numbers. So we're going to put a pause on allowing for deferred submittals. We're going to ask that our customers be prepared at the time of submittal, so that we can be more efficient in the review, if that makes sense.
Kind of like a loan application. Either you have all your information when you bring it in, or you don't get it.
Exactly.
Bring it all in.
Exactly. There's a bill, House Bill 5290 that took effect January 1st, and it's really a planning initiative that requires that the planning departments statewide issue land use permits in a timely manner. Some jurisdictions believe that also pertains to building permits. I particularly don't think that that's the case. But in any event, should it become challenged and proven to be that it does apply to building permits, then having complete applications become even more important, because we don't want to get ourselves in a situation where we've taken in a building permit or an application that's only partially ready, and then we become beholden to a timing issue for an incomplete application. It doesn't make any sense. From a planning standpoint, we continue to be busy as ever, and can kind of feel it upstairs. We have, of course, 2 full-time associate planners and an assistant planner. Myself is continuing to act as the director and planning manager, and we continue to set record numbers. So had another incredible month of February with revenues of $24,000. Beating 2024 numbers, and really kind of crushing 2023 numbers with no end in sight. So pretty excited about those.
With your numbers up, do you think that March will be up for building then?
The March numbers for building is going to skyrocket as we continue to work through some valuation challenges that we're having with the mechanical permit that was submitted by, in this case, the contractor's PCL for Silicon Valley Ranch. We're continuing to have discussions on what that project valuation is, which is why we haven't taken in a deposit for that review. But in any event, the March numbers are going to spike significantly. They'll be heavily skewed.
Yeah, looking at February for 25, it's quite a bit lower than the past, and then even lower than before the increases took place.
Yeah, and then the thing to keep in mind also is that last year was a code cycle change, and that happens every 3 years. So if you look at 2024, of course, February code cycle change, 2021, February code cycle change, you know, 2018 code cycle change. So those spikes are consistent with those changes in code cycles.
Yeah, I just look at it as, I mean, 2024, every month was a bunch higher because the fees all went way up.
Right.
So now you're looking at numbers, I mean, the closest is 2020, 2019.
Yeah.
So it just seems, you know, it's about 2019 number if I compare it. I'm just hoping not to see a tracking of that drop.
Yeah, and we had a discussion about this report, and we might see some tweaking to this report too, to dive into and dial into, you know, intake numbers and then issued numbers as well, to get a better gauge on really what the trend is. It's hard when you're making changes. I mean, we made changes a couple of years ago, you know, of course, in valuation and in the way that we were issuing building permits. So it's hard to track, you know, by the type of, by the quantity of building permits that are being intake, and then those that are being issued. And then I found out this last week that we have building permits that are sitting there waiting to be issued that are years old, because people aren't ready to start the project. So,
How long can they sit there?
well, that's the question. You know, that people have, I learned last week that we have permits in our system that are fully paid for that have not been issued because they don't want to start the clock. And that clock is, you know, they have 3 years from the time that they're issued to complete the project. And they haven't wanted, again, the permit has been paid for, but they don't want it to be issued because they don't want to start that clock. So.
You have an annual fee?
We don't. No, we don't. And we don't have a very clear refund policy either. We have an 80% refund policy that we need to revisit with no expiration, so to speak. We don't have a policy that says after we've reviewed your plan and you've paid for your permit, at what point do you have to pick that permit up? Does it have to issue? And that's the issue at hand, is there's no trigger, so it can sit there in the system and wait until you decide that you want to have us issue the permit. And this came up during COVID when lumber prices were fluctuating all over the map. People were willing to pay for their permit, but not wanting it to be issued because, again, they didn't want to start that clock while they waited for the lumber pricing to you know, stop fluctuating all over the place. So, and that's, you know, again, one of the many things that we need to get cleaned up is, you know, do we want to force people, at what point do we want to force them to have that permit issued, so that they're not sitting there in the system.
Are you finding that they're mainly residential permits?
Yeah.
Or commercial?
They're mainly residential permits, yeah.
So if you did a 364 day, you have to take it on by the 64th day, so less than 1 year. They would still have 3 years.
They would have to,
So
exactly.
that's 48 months.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's plenty of time.
I mean, if you're planning to build, I would think that's
Well,
enough time.
internally, we've been talking about 180 days. Is 180 days feasible? After you've paid for your permit, you have 180 days to
Construction.
to pick that permit up. And what happened, and then what happens at that point, you know, and that's where the refund policy needs to probably be.
You shouldn't be able to get a refund after 180 days.
And that's
You're either gonna build or you're not gonna build.
That's exactly where we're at, is that, you know, we've done the plan review. So you have a building permit fee and a plan review fee. We've done the plan review. So the plan review is not refundable. So and so at what portion of the building permit fee is refundable at that point? Because we've got administrative work that we've done, so is it, right now it's 80% is refundable. Is 20% a fair number for administrative work? That's.
Not if you sit on it for 3 years, how many times you touch it?
Right.
I mean, we already know planning is very low. I mean, a big month for planning is 24,000, when a big month for building is $500,000.
Right.
So.
Right.
So do you feel like half of the is done before and the other half would be when you're going out to the job site? And, the construction site, I guess you need to look at, if you feel like 80% of the expenses are in the review of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a 50% plan review fee that would not be refundable, because we've done that, so that money's spent. Then there's the permit fee, and yes, in that permit fee would be monies to go out and perform the inspections, which of course we would not have done.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's clerical time in preparing that file to be issued. And so what's the value of that? Is it 50% of the building permit fee? Which is kind of what I'm thinking. Mm-hmm. is if after 180 days, if you don't pick up your building permit, and it gets voided, the refund should be, right now it's 80%. Should it be 75%, 50%? And that's what we're going to work on right now. Right now it's 80%.
Okay.
So
with no time limit.
With no time limit. So we need to put an expiration on how long it can sit in the file, waiting, and then.
I think you should have an extension cost too, though.
I think there is for extensions.
There is a fee if
Once you start on that.
Once you start,
Once
and
that 3-year clock is running.
right, and you have to be making significant progress towards completion. You can't be at the 3-year mark and not have started footings and foundations. We're starting over at that point. I mean, you have to be nearing final in order for the building official to extend you another 6 months to get you to the finish line.
Yeah, there's no reason why it would take 3 years to build a house.
Well, sometimes they were kind of doing it themselves, and they would subcontract themselves, but finding the subs to come out and help. They did an extension.
Yeah.
They were trying to keep up, but I think they ended up paying for the extension. But I mean, it was legit. They were just kind of waiting for one thing after another, but it does happen.
Sorry, we've gone over.
Yeah,
It's just us next. So.
but an agenda, it's pretty big. Do you have any last minutes?
One moratorium discussion.
Yeah, I mean, we can carry this over. It's not a 911, but I would, in my next update for next week, like to discuss a moratorium on wind. We don't have an ordinance on wind. We only have an ordinance on solar. I have not received or had discussions with any developers for wind in the county, but I had a discussion last week with a land use attorney, private land use attorney in the county, who's claiming to be having increased discussions with clients that are attempting to enter into lease agreements with developers of wind. So I'm engaging the commissioner's interest in wanting to enter into a moratorium so that we can develop ordinances for wind. So be thinking on that, and we can have a discussion next week.
Because we currently don't have any wind towers in Grant County, do we?
We do not. But we also don't have an ordinance. Our ordinance doesn't touch wind. It's only for solar.
Do we have other counties that have that?
Kittitas.
We do. So Adams, Garfield, Kittitas, Franklin, they have ordinances for wind. I think Kittitas is what, 90 pages? Something like that. So in any event, we can I wanted to table that and
Okay.
discuss
Thanks
it
for
next
bringing
week.
that
Yeah, we should probably jump on that one soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you in a couple hours.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
All right, it is 9:18 a.m. and we're gonna roll into the commissioner's office update.
Good morning. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend.
The greatest, you?
Great.
Good.
It was great. Pending decision spreadsheet for your future meetings. I'll pass this out to you for your later. It's definitely gotten smaller.
Try that again.
Here you go. So you can discuss it later. Okay. Tourism Commission, we're gonna do that last, aren't we? Okay, we're gonna do that last. Okay, review of upcoming public hearings. I'm pretty sure you have 2 for tomorrow. 3? Yes.
It's a Royal Soil LLC franchise application. There's a budget extension request for a WSEA grant and a road name change for baseline 0.5 southeast.
Those are posted to the website for you to view if you want to look at those applications.
It's easier to know where that is at when you have the baseline 0.5 southeast than if you name it Desert Hills. Just in my own head.
Yeah, apparently there's issues with the mail not being delivered out there because of the street. Because the only other baseline 0.5 is clear over by Pelican Point. These guys are way out west. Like past Hiawatha. Out west.
Hiawatha.
On the south side of Hiawatha. People aren't getting their dinner because DoorDash can't find them.
I don't know if DoorDash is really that far.
This week's meetings, do you have any questions about any of the meetings coming up this week?
No, my 1 p.m. I'm supposed to be at the sleep center. But I would kind of like to be at PMRT. But Nance Beston did call and ask to join me at the sleep center. Because, you know, the rumors on the street are I've never been there. But I've stayed there, but, you know, whatever. So Caitlin is going to go, because she was planned to go the entire time as part of task force, essentially. So it's just, I need to basically decide if I'm going to go. So I'm going to meet with Decorah probably during lunch and then decide if I'm going to go or not go.
You said Tony is going as well.
Yeah.
Yes, I was
Tony
gonna
should be
pick
going.
up Tony and then go there, but I'm needing to get Nance or meet Nance.
No, I should, if I don't go, I would just tell her to meet you there and then you can just take her in as long as they allow it.
Is this one that's open to the public? Anyone can go?
They wanted you to RSVP, but
Oh, that one. Okay, what else do you have going on this week?
I just wanted to give you a quick heads up. The meeting at 10:15 for the Grant County Historical Society. They were awarded a grant, and I don't remember which one it is. I guess he applied for a couple. It's a reimbursement grant. He's wanting to do a road sign or something like that. And from the sounds of it, he is concerned about the funds that he has to pay for it, like until it gets reimbursed. So he is wanting to ask the county to help him pay for it. And when we were on the phone a couple weeks ago, I think it was 2 weeks ago, it sounded like he was wanting to ask the commissioners if he could use some of the funds that are allocated for payroll to pay for this project and then have the grant reimburse the county for it. I had just pointed him in your direction because
I mean, I would suggest using payroll funds to pay for a sign because they're different line items. You wouldn't do that in business.
I did tell him that that's not something that I've ever heard of the commissioners doing or anybody in our office has heard of anybody doing. So, but I, again, pointed him in your guys' directions. That way you could tell him.
I believe that Mandy's planning to attend that one too.
Yes, I sent her a calendar invite. And then Emily was going to attend, but she is out sick. So if there's any questions for Emily, we can hit her with them tomorrow.
And then tomorrow is the half-an-hour bond meeting to adopt the resolution that they have presented. So that will be tomorrow at 11:30, which brings me into one of the other agenda items that next week you have two special bond meetings, one on Tuesday and one on Friday. So please plan to either be here Friday or call in on Friday. Those are 90 minutes meetings, so we have them worked into your schedule.
Which ones are those?
It's what's the wording I'm looking for? This presentation of the numbers. They do that.
It's put in as limited tax general obligation bond financing rating practice / rehearsal.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
And then that's the one on Tuesday. The one on Friday is just rating presentation.
The rehearsal and then the presentation. Okay, do you have any questions about the review of this week's meetings? Okay. Next one is a rodeo picture. I have it scheduled for during lunchtime on March 24th to take your rodeo picture. So if you could put that on your calendar to dress westerny, and we'll figure out a place to take the picture.
Dress westerny.
That's what we've done in the past anyway.
That's not what we did last time.
He looked kind of westerny. Cindy had her boots on, I believe.
Oh,
and like a
okay.
dress. And, wear your best cowboy hat.
There were a lot of cowboy hats at NACO.
Your biggest
Really?
belt buckle.
There you go.
I have a big belt buckle.
I'll make sure I get it in the picture. Okay, so that'll be in 2 weeks. Caitlin, LTAC appointments and bylaws update.
Yes,
Update.
all of LTAC has reapplied for their same positions. They filled out the application online, so I put those on consent. That way,
Did you get any new applicants?
it was just that.
And we did advertise for the.
Yes.
LTAC.
Yep. And then the bylaws have not been updated since May of 2023. So I was looking through those. Rob, it looks like last time you were the only one to sign them. I don't know, did LTAC do like a meeting? Did you want to do a meeting for them to review it before you sign
I
them?
think we did last time, but I don't remember.
Okay. And then I was looking to update some of the forms for LTAC, like the application and the expenditure report, just so it can be a little bit more user-friendly. So if we're doing a meeting with LTAC for the bylaws, I'll probably just work that in there too, so that way they can look at the new
Yeah.
stuff before it gets posted.
Were you in the last one?
No, it was Brittany
Did she give you her notes?
for
for
like
the
what they wanted to
application?
change. Yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I would just make those changes, present it when you do that, so that they don't just tell you stuff you already know.
sounds good.
Next on my agenda is future meeting schedule. So we've been going about the new meeting schedule for a month and a half. Are we going to confirm that this is the format we are going with? Our Laserfish project is on hold until that's decided. So we're hoping that the three of you are ready to make that decision or make changes that you would like to the new schedule.
I'm good with how it is, so it'd be up to the other two commissioners if they wanted to change.
I think it's working out fine for me. I don't have a problem with it.
Good to go.
You say what time that bond meeting was gonna be on Friday?
1 o'clock.
Is it 1 o'clock on next Friday? Cindy said 1 o'clock.
Yes.
Thank you.
Since you're there, do you want to roll into the out-of-state travel, the new form?
Yes. So the out-of-state travel request application, currently, there are 2 different ones on the intranet. There's one that HR holds, and then there's one that was on accounting's page. The reason why I got put on accounting's page was because accounting was the one that originally made the document, but they don't actually review it until after the commissioners have approved it. And it is also not very user-friendly. So I did, let's see if I can. I made a fillable PDF. It is, you fill it out the same way as like the travel reimbursements. All of these outside boxes are locked. So you know, people can't make any changes to any of these. You can only edit inside the little box there. And then I also put in a formula, so this will auto sum the different things that you put in here. So like your hotel total and your conference fee and like if you have a rental car. And then I added it into the formula that if they have a grant that covers like $75, whatever, it'll subtract it from that total amount. So that way the people don't have to do all the math themselves, it's just there. I ran it by Decorah and by Michelle, and they thought it looked good. Michelle said that she was fine moving it to be under the commissioner's page next to the consent request form, since it's got to go to you guys first. But I wanted to put it in front of you and see what you thought. And also at the bottom, there's a little.
So I don't see it. Sometimes we will have, and we've had this situation when we went to California for a training. Somebody wanted to stay a day longer. So sometimes when they're booked or like the car is booked on the county card, is there a way to put like a deduction or?
I can definitely add another box in. Are you saying like?
It was like a 3-day trip and they were just opted to stay. 2 of the commissioners went home. And then 1 commissioner opted to stay another day or 2. I think it was just another day. So they had the car.
For an additional day.
Yeah, so, you know, things like that the county should not be paying for.
Wouldn't you just subtract it? The 1 day. So like me, when I go places, a lot of times I stay an extra day or 2. Like DC, I canceled going to Arizona because the weather sucked. I stayed in DC. But like my checkout day, everything stops, right? So my day that like Tom checked out, it's like there are no more county expense. So the parking at the airport, right? I got 4 more days of parking, 3 more days. Like, but they all stop on that
But I'm
day.
gonna assume that you didn't use a county credit card.
No,
I have never used a county credit card for traveling, but others do. And so I just think it would be mindful.
some type of way.
So if they do like a seat upgrade in an airplane, it's really hard to go back and do that $28, the $100 upgrade. So it might be nice just
I don't know, when Jerry did mine, when I got to run the U at Utah, I was upgraded. And then when I think before I left or I got back, I did it twice with him and I'm not doing that again. And one time I paid when I got home, like it was the biggest emergency ever to pay the $50 or whatever. And then one time I paid before I left. So accounting used to catch all those things.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if our
But
current
it is,
accounting is.
because we've had other issues in departments where it's just really hard to do, like, I'm not gonna do a seat upgrade. Like buy the seat and then go back later to the upgrade. Sometimes you're not able to on your personal credit card. I'm just saying it might be something to look at because
I can very easily add another box that's just
like
like
seat upgrades
additional
and deductions.
deductions or
Okay.
something. Yep, and I just add it. in
Whether
the
it's a
formula.
hotel or but I think for the most part, I don't think the commissioners
We don't abuse this.
use a county credit card, so for me, it's not a problem. If I stay another day or don't use, I just don't submit that, but I know
Really
it
depends
happens.
on the
in-
elected though and the department head, because I mean, I know of an office that went an extra day early, stayed a couple days longer, had a rental car, and then
And they didn't put it in, yeah, just to wind down.
ran it
the
all
life.
through on the card. And
No, I think it happens. I know it happens. I shouldn't say I think. I know it happens. I think it would just be
I was
an
with the
easy
group when
option
it
to
happened.
just fix it.
I've got that, sure.
wouldn't that kind of be dependent on, but it also comes back to the elected. But it's like if the conference ends on Wednesday evening, so obviously you're gonna come home on
Well, I think this
Thursday.
would be a way that instead of just assuming that the county's gonna pay for it, it would be extended day or, extra hotel, extra
Days
car.
after
extra-
conference.
Yeah.
There has to be
I
like
think we
some
need to put
way.
something so that it actually triggers them to think, oh, that's right, I'm going to stay.
Because there's days of travel and then there's days of conference, so those could be different.
And then there's days of, I'm going to just stay another day, and I know it happens, I think Rob's included, or sometimes they have made the arrangements for themselves and then also a spouse, thinking that they would just pay the county back. And the one time they forgot. Shirley County caught it.
And then where do these go after they submit them?
So
Come to
these
us.
come to us. So right
So
now,
first-
it's a,
So they would
Right.
need to let us know if they're gonna stay over.
you guys will all see, it's just like how the out-of-state travel requests are on consent right now. It's just that this is a more user-friendly and printer-friendly version. I've taken all of the same questions and everything and just formatted it into this fillable doc instead of the,
So if there's a way for them to input that on there, it could be taken back out, and would we be able to see it? And if we knew they stayed longer, or had a rental car for an extra couple days, then we would be able to see that it's not on.
here's the current out-of-state.
I was gonna say too, though, because that form is for only the out-of-state travel. When they put in for their reimbursement or the credit card comes through, accounting then sees it. You don't see it after the fact, accounting does. So they're gonna see the approval for the out-of-state travel and then see that, oh, the credit card is 200 more. Accounting will catch that, not board. Or the reimbursement, if they don't use the county credit card, they'll see that the board only approved for that versus what they're requesting, and then they'll start asking questions. But again, like you said, it should be the elected official or department head who knows
But oftentimes they're not the
Policies.
ones doing the,
but they're the ones approving it, and there's a spot at the bottom
yeah.
in her
well,
form that they should be approving it.
Some do a really good job on it and others,
They
I'm not sure which some, but some do a really bad job at it. Some support the opposite.
Those, the ones that do bad at it, they should have a check or a flag on the top or something.
well, I think accounting knows, that's why they delved into it a little more.
Yeah.
Well, I can definitely, like I said, I can just add in a box that says additional deductions, and then just like parentheses, it was expended, or something along those lines. And then it can be added into the formula, so that total trip.
I think we should
cost
say
is-
personal time extended, and I don't know how most people should know, but beyond travel day and conference or, I don't know how you
Maybe
put that in.
working with accounting to see what they look at might be helpful. What are they looking at, and what would this form be helpful to them, since they're the ones who'll be catching it? Maybe.
Yeah, they probably have some questions to ask too that we're not even thinking.
I sent it to accounting, I sent this to accounting for their review, and they were fine with it. Like I said, I can find a way to work that in.
And that box be outlined in red or something.
Maybe. And I think accounting will be here today. Maybe we can bring that up to them too.
Just a way for them to plan.
I know it's early, but the 2026 budget meeting schedule was talking with it about it with Mandy and Michelle and HR, because all of them are involved. HR had said that the 2 weeks that we had set aside, they thought there was Tyler Tech meetings all that week. But then Michelle said she didn't see any Tyler Tech meetings that week. And Michelle said it's gonna be hard getting everyone together. But we kind of need to get this going, because already one department head has said that they're out that week and they'll.
In November.
Yeah. He really appreciated that the board wanted to get the dates out early. So he's going to get everything together so that somebody can be here to present the budget. But, so we can still proceed and just kind of play it by ear with those 2 weeks. I have it in the calendar as tentative. But the schedule in working with accounting, are we going with the way it ran last year? Or are we going to scheduled meetings each time?
I prefer the scheduled meetings. I didn't really like how it was last year at all.
Is that something that you want to speak with the accountant on that? Or do you want to just make the decision?
I'm fine talking to them.
Okay, so the weeks 11/3 and 11/10.
Yes.
That would not work for accounting, or it would?
Well, HR said that they thought there was Tyler Tech meetings that week, but Michelle said that she didn't think that there was. So they're unsure of the
There's
Tyler
Tyler
Tech.
Tech meetings all the time.
I know.
So there's not gonna be a
Implementation.
good time, but I would say budget takes precedence over Tyler Tech. Is at the rate we're going, Tyler Tech's never gonna work, so you should probably focus on the budget. That would be my.
And you guys wanted to do it in December or November instead of
Yes.
October.
October's
so those
too early. I mean, December would even be,
So Michelle should be done with the election stuff.
October, we're running off July numbers.
Yeah, I don't like because we have too many changes, so I prefer November. I think the only time we did it, the reason we did it early was for Katie, because she was gonna be out. And then I think we just used the dates last year, so I like the November.
And the week after that is Wasack, so then you will potentially be in wherever it's at this year. So that's why those 2 weeks worked the best. And then Kevin, so you know, the first Monday in December is when the first meeting or first hearing for the budget adoption needs to be held.
Don't plan anything in December, is that what you're telling me?
That first week of December.
It's just the first Monday. We basically, everything should be done by then. So but sometimes we've had to kick it back.
Continue it. So you guys can talk to Mandy about that today. Next week, I have my Washington Municipal Clerks Association conference, so I will be out all week. Just a heads up on that.
Okay, let me go in with you.
No, one of us has to be back. So that's all that I have.
Caitlin, are you working on getting
The clerk's designation? Yes.
your?
Yep.
And then you'll leave for a week for additional training?
No, I'm doing it online.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you could do it online.
It's a newer thing. I think within the last year, they started offering it online.
Caitlin, do you have anything else?
Yeah, I got the tourism update.
Oh, yes.
I'm looking for the Wasatch. I don't know. Where was it last year? On the west side?
Yeah, in
It'll be
Vancouver.
probably in Davenport. For the Davenport grant.
At the tourism meeting last week, I typed up the policies and procedures they had reviewed at the February meeting, and they liked the formatting for that. So they signed their bylaws and everything, and it's up with legal right now for review. The app is live, it's
ready to go. If you guys have any comments or questions or anything, they want to hear it.
I liked it, it looked good. I was happy with it.
There is apparently a backlink, so edits can be made. They're talking right now if they want to have those links, like if they want Rochelle to distribute them, or if they just want her to be the one and only person for that. Then they are, by Wednesday, they will have decided on a cover photo for the digital travel guide. And then they'll just present that as a recommendation for you guys. That way you can view it before they do the final send off to the Herald.
Okay.
Then
So we're expecting that this week.
it'll probably be on consent next week. They're supposed to be making their final vote this week. And then there is a recommendation from them for appointment that's on consent. They got an application from somebody in Othello, but it's the part of Othello that's in Grant County, and they were referred by one of the previous tourism members. Charles Jenkins, question mark? But Pam apparently talked to this person for quite some time, and so they have made that recommendation for appointment.
And they're in Grant County.
They're in Grant County. They are at O'Sullivan's Resort.
Okay. More on.
But, alrighty. I think that's the big stuff. No, there was one more. In Rochelle's line, the professional services, they're wanting to just move around some of the funds in her budget. So they're wanting to move $5,000 from radio and TV streaming into content creation. And there's no we don't have to do a transfer of funds or anything because it's all still on that one line, but just a heads up that they are wanting to cut back how much they put into TV and streaming services to go towards content creation instead.
Well, Mandy can correct me, but basically we adopt the bottom line if they want to move things around within their budget. I think every office and department has done that. So as long as the tourism advisory committee is good with it.
And this one also, it's just she's got her line that's just professional services, and then she just creates her own budget for her funds. And so that's all that this is her budget for how she's going to use that. But yeah, I think that was it. They've got the grant now. I think we just need the fund creation for that, which I know you guys are working on, and then
Okay, Pam Thorson reached out again this weekend about the draft resolution that she submitted. I think she sent it to Barb. I haven't pushed it anywhere. I don't know if it needs updated, so do I need to talk to?
She had it AI created,
Okay.
so the board needs to review it, see if you want. The board historically has not done FUFU resolutions, and that's kind of what this is. So you'll have to decide if you want to do that resolution. Also, Cindy, you were copied on the email from Barbara Duerbeck with all the comments on the contracts. I apologize, I'm just not understanding them all, so I was hoping that you could really review those and look and see what she's talking about on those, with all those changes, before we let Pam know. So if you could work with me on that, Cindy, that'd be great.
Is that all for you, Barb?
Yes, sir.
All right, we are going to roll right into the accounting update. It is 9:47. Welcome, Mandy.
Hi, how are you guys doing?
Good.
So I was out last week, so Michelle gave the update. It's been a minute since I've been in front of you. I am gonna bring Erin with me to my update so she can like be my
Wing woman.
standby if I am in the future unable to make it to these meetings. I presented you with January's commissioner reports and also the ending fund balances for February per Daryl's cash sheets. Because we don't yet have February's reports available for you guys. So this is, January feels kind of like old data. Don't have any significant financial issues to bring to you. Daryl and I are disputing his revenue budget for 2025. I don't know if he brought that up. He's saying the 23 million that I had documented was not correct, but I believe it to be correct. So I still need to look into that further as to why he says that's not the right amount. But I haven't yet done so. Also, as I sent an email earlier to you guys, I have the latest status updates from Tyler. They're kind of long, so I didn't want to print unnecessarily. So I just emailed them to you and they give the full in-depth detail of where we're at with Tyler right now on the HRM side and on the finance side. Tyler was here last week and they're going to be here again on site March 18th through March 20th. And we'll be continue to plug away on the finance side, getting it ready for our go live of July 1st. So far, we're still on track for that. No changes anticipated with our go live date. But we have some hurdles that we need to get through to make sure that the financial side is ready for that. If you want a more status update, I do have the Cliff Notes versions from Holly for HRM finance side. HRM is moving along. They have some imports that they are continuing to work on, and they are working on WinCamp's integration, which it mostly affects public works, and they're tracking for capital assets, public works assets. And they continue to set up time and attendance. We'll be utilizing those boxes, I don't know what you call them, but people will be able to punch in and out at those boxes. They'll also have the option to punch in and out at their workstation or any computer that they can log into. There'll be multiple ways for them to do so. I believe it gives a 7-minute window too. So if you clock in at 8:07, you're still considered on time. So that's nice. And to my knowledge, we will not be requiring exempt personnel to punch in. At a minimum, we might set them up as automatically 40 hours.
Are all departments and all elected offices going to be using it?
Yes. I don't know any that would have the option to opt out. The only one I can think of that would be the sheriff's office, but to my own knowledge is they want to integrate to the Tyler system.
And we're not able to do a clock in for exempts, even if they are 40 hours per week?
We can, but why would we do that?
To track arrival times? Just because you're exempt doesn't mean that you're showing up on time and doing the proper things. I mean, we have to have some level of accountability.
And so, to my knowledge, that's up to department heads to be monitoring with their personnel. If they have an issue, they should be addressing it with their, I don't know. So that would be a conversation you guys might want to have with elected officials.
That would be a good question.
So, as of now, we have 61 overdue tasks for the financial side that we're working on. 61 tasks that are overdue on the financial side that Michelle and I have been working to get wrapped up. we're hoping to be caught up before the end of this March. The next on-site with John will hopefully finalize a lot of those tasks that we're behind on. I don't think we're waiting on anything from any departments. The critical thing will be our uploads from the treasurer's file, but I know Clemmer GL has said that he's willing to work with us and keep it similar to what we have now, and so we don't anticipate any issues with that. We'll be working closely with the departments that have grants and how those will be inputted into Tyler. We've got a few that we've selected as kind of the guinea pigs from New Hope and Renew to input those grants to see what those are going to look like first before we start to train those departments on how to do it. And then IT side, things are looking good. Mostly their hot topic is the time clocks and getting those set up. And that's pretty much it. But like I said, I forwarded those reports to you, so you have them in depth if you'd like to know more about Tyler. They're as of 3/6. If there aren't any more questions about Tyler, follow up on the Mutual of Omaha, the $10,000 that we were that we paid for essentially for employee benefits. We spoke with the state auditor's office, who declined to offer any. They said they recommended we talk to our prosecuting attorney or contact MRSC. So we did contact MRSC, and they recommended that we contact our prosecuting attorney's office. They wouldn't give a response for that type of issue. So just waiting for a prosecuting attorney to give their final say as to what we are legally required to do with that money, to either collect it or write it off. So that's back in our court anyway, just waiting on, and I don't know, it was forwarded to Kevin McCrae when MRC originally responded, but I don't know if he saw it, so I have re-inquired with him about it. But that was just recently, so I know he's busy.
I'm just like, a lot of the tasks that are due look like they're related to the time and attendance.
For
For
HRM?
Tyler, yeah, for Tyler stuff.
Yeah.
Send your email, tax due soon, payroll, import, load in production.
Yeah, we got a lot. We got a lot to do, but I think we'll get there, no problem. And then I don't know, negative fund balance. We had paid the Washington County's risk group the premium, the 5.8 million. There's a discrepancy on where the money is supposed to come from that I'm still sussing out that. Daryl said it was fine to leave it negative for a while we figure that out. We're not sure how much of that is supposed to be current expense, how much of it's supposed to be, because the amounts budgeted don't reach the amount of the premium at all. So most likely it'll have to come out of current expense, but I'm looking through to make sure. I got all the exposure from reports from the risk pool that tells us how much of it's for cyber liability, how much is for vehicles.
So instead of taking it all on current expense, can we at least look at the portion from Public Works and?
That's what we're doing.
Okay, and then the balance come out of current, that's what we did last year.
Yeah, that's what we're looking back to try to fix
Because
that.
basically in current expense, we put it in the budget, we take it out. So it was just more of an ease of trying to sort of make sure current expense is not paying for Public Works and.
No, that's why we're doing that thorough look through
I
the.
think we probably need to pay for New Hope. I mean, it's a small amount and.
How much impact will that have on Public Works on Renew, since it's a current expense error that was made, not a Public Works error? And a Renew error?
It wasn't an error in current expense.
I mean, it's an error by the accounting department, not including the correct amount.
But they were, last year they were charged the same amount, so.
Yes,
we did
but
the
the
same
big
thing last year.
increase. They
I don't
didn't
know what the
budget
difference
for
is
the
going to be.
The difference, right?
I'm sorry, what?
They didn't budget for the increase
They would
currently,
have
right?
they would have had it in their budget previous year. I
They-
think it was a budget different, because they had to pay it.
It was a 19% increase, and so they increased 19% across the board, but that wasn't the right allocation.
But when we paid it in December of 2023, just trying to get my years right, they were billed a portion of that. So they were billed, Public Works was billed what their portion was and renew. They were supposed to have been, I'm sure, I mean, we were pretty adamant that they be billed, so.
But that was the end of the year making a decision based on excess revenues.
They could have rolled it into, for theirs, they could have rolled it into 24, but they were billed.
But I mean, they did their 2025 budget. That's what I'm just asking is if they budgeted the correct insurance amount or the lower insurance amount.
I don't know, that's what I have to find out, how much it's supposed to be for everyone.
So that was what I'm saying is if they budgeted the lower amount, then throwing an additional amount on them because we did it incorrectly doesn't make sense to me, but I get their different funds.
I just don't think it should be on the backs of current expense.
No, the error can't be made again, but I mean, they can't punish outliers because of an internal error either.
They have their own accounting as well to be submitting it.
We didn't budget for Public Works.
Exactly.
They budgeted
That's why
their own
you
amount.
need to know, I guess, if they have the right amount or just less amount.
So if it was Public Works' mistake, then obviously it should come out of Public Works. Then I'm assuming that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, but if it wasn't, then what?
We could take it out of current expense, but as they have their own reserve and their own funding.
So we just need to find out
Yeah,
if
how it was
they
done.
made that mistake. And go from there.
Apparently, it was probably our mistake in the accounting office, so it should probably come, since we didn't catch it. So it's like saying it should be coming out of whoever made the mistake. I think it just a situation where we paid it early, we had reserve funds, but we did bill in 2023 to renew. And
Do you have anything else?
We are still working on the ARPA transfer, and that was something, one of the delays in making those transfers was a lack of documentation for the original agreements from ARPA. I'll let Erin can explain it better than I can.
Yeah, so I'm doing the federal and state award audit right now, and we have a lot of departments not really knowing what documentation to give for ARPA. I really just want the original agreement from the federal government saying, hey, this amount is allocated to you guys. That's all I really need. Just some sort of agreement that we can use in place of a contract. And then I can sort of initiate those transfers and then also, accurately audit.
Did you talk to Carrie about it?
I did, and she didn't have a lot of information to give
okay,
me.
it should have been, because I believe it was a DocuSign.
Okay.
So a DocuSign, I don't know if it was before or after we have a record of all that, but in order to a DocuSign, we would have needed to have the original. So it would have been, should have been in our minutes to be able to sign. So, have you asked Barb about it? Or did
Yep,
you-
I asked
and
Barb and Carrie, and they were kind of up in the air about it a little bit, so
Okay.
I just decided to bring it.
Because it's a contract. So we
Yeah.
want the contract,
Yeah,
or maybe not.
we should have it, it's a federal agreement, so I feel like we should have that
Yeah, 'cause I
documentation
think it
somewhere
was,
in the
yeah.
universe.
Did it come in an email?
I'm not entirely sure at this
There,
point.
it would be a DocuSign.
Okay, so an electronic signature then, okay.
Yes, could find it.
I'll-
Erin, if you want to come upstairs when you're done, we can talk about that.
Okay, thank you, Barb.
And then Michelle is out today too, so she won't be here for her update. I don't think there was one thing, but God, I don't remember. I left my phone upstairs because she texted to me something. Shoot. The one time I don't bring my phone with me. Were you waiting on something for an update on something from her?
Tyler, I don't think we had, we were talking about doing the budget on November, I think November 2nd.
The commissioner wanting her input on State Bill 5154.
What is that?
State bill, probably, is it state bill, Senate bill? I don't know.
I think it's a Senate bill, has to do with auditors.
Last week.
No, that wasn't.
Not that I should have, maybe it was 2 weeks, and I'm not.
That was the one that was requested from her. That was it. I don't know if that's what she gave you, but that was something asked. We do need to roll into our next meeting that needs to begin.
Well, thank you for all that you do.
I'll email a follow-up on what Michelle wanted to update you on, because I really can't. It didn't sound that important. It just sounded like whenever she was working on something. I thought I could remember it, but that's my fault.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm still here for
Oh.
something
I'm
else.
good.
Thank you.
Okay, Swallow. It is 10:04 and we are here for a youth services update. We only have until 10:15.
Well, thank you. I did send this agenda to you guys, but I wanted to let you guys know that we did file a claim report kit in one of our vehicles, 673, while attempting to pick up a youth. One of the vehicles kind of like hit the side of the passenger seat. So we have that right now with the whole process. And also vehicle 637 broke down in Pasco this last Friday. So what Public Works told us to do was like leave the vehicle where it was, lock it, and they were gonna go get it this morning. So that's what we did. I do have an update on the Sally Port and the security camera. The Sally Port is fully functional now. We're just waiting for facilities and maintenance to actually put the light that will signal people to come in or go out of the gate. So we don't have any more of these issues. And then also they ordered the camera to put so we can actually have a better view when a car is backing out of the gate or coming in, since we don't have that big visibility right now. So that's on the works. And then right now on the daily roster, we have 4 juveniles in custody. As you guys can tell how many days we have per juvenile. The first juvenile has been with us for 542 days. Juvenile second is 28 days, juvenile third for 14 days, and juvenile 4 for 12 days. And the juvenile 4 will be released on March 12th, and the other 3 juveniles have bail set. That means that they will not be out of detention until their case is completely closed. And I do have 2 things for consent agenda. One is to amend one of our additional, I guess, agreements that we have, and it's basically to add some money to our fundings to spend for $5,500 for trauma response projects and $1,000 for family reunification day celebration. And then the other one was to surplus one of our old radios that was in an old car that we no longer needed, and we're just gonna, if it's permitted, we're just gonna dispose that and throw it away. We don't have any need for that anymore. That's it for me. You guys have any questions?
That was fast.
Yes.
Well, how did the person down in Pasco get back to me?
Uber.
I know, no, we actually did send somebody else that was, we get people that work until 6, so they were able to go get them and bring them back, so.
Is 637 an older car and?
No, but it's on the works that we're gonna try to replace older vehicles with new vehicles.
What kind is it? What?
637, it's a old Ford Explorer.
Is that the one we have issues with? We have issues with the Ford Escape.
For Escape.
Yeah,
We
we
do
were
have a
just
lot
saying-
of vehicles that are for Escape that are nothing but trouble, but we're trying to get away from those vehicles. Hopefully next year we will have,
I know Ford's a little more
new
reliable,
ones.
but we have
Yes.
those problems.
but it was easy. We just called John. He told us what to do. They call first for one of, to see if it can be repaired, but if it was just like that, they just told us, leave it there, we will come get it in the morning. The problem was like it was over the weekend, so we just have to leave the car over there. But, yeah, because I think if they were all the way here was like $900 or something like that, so he said, let's just leave it over there. So that's what we did.
Always something exciting.
And and that's it for me.
Is there anything you're needing from us?
No.
Are we still wanting to do a Green Hill soon?
Yes, I don't know if you guys can send me tentative dates, I can actually start that process.
We have any juveniles in Green Hill right now?
I think we probably have one or two. I have to check which juveniles we have, but we have been sending kids to Green Hill, so they should have some. I don't know when they release them. They have been releasing them sooner than expected, but I'm sure we still have some.
And you said one of ours right now is 500 days
Yes,
in Chelan.
542 days.
Are they waiting for our sentencing?
Yes.
Hearing.
For a hearing. And I did wanted to talk to you guys about that. Since this juvenile has been having a lot of medical issues.
Juvenile number one.
Yes, juvenile number one. We're waiting hopefully that, this can be resolved soon because we can, since we're paying for the medical bill, it's adding
You have
up.
to pay- Yeah, since
It's
he's
adding
an
up.
inmate.
Yes. So,
If it's really bad, we may have to release them.
and I think they're close to be done. I have heard since like January that they were gonna be done, but here we are, March, he's still in detention. So I know that this kid had
Was he
leukemia in the past, so there's a lot of things that are trying to do for him, so,
Isn't he 17?
no.
Oh, because the other one aged out. His
The other one
friend.
aged out,
Okay,
yes,
or partner. Okay.
yeah, so. Yes, so I've been watching for juvenile number one, but just saying that, just so you guys know that if it continues to be in detention, all of the
And he does not have bail,
medical
correct?
bills will be paid by our department.
He does not have bail set,
Was that?
Juvenile
He
number
does
one.
have bail set.
but it's pretty high, like 100,000.
Yes, a big amount. Yes. And that's it.
2 years to go to trial is crazy.
Yeah.
Way to go. Anything else? Okay, we will go into recess for 3 minutes until we are back for Historical Society.
All right.
Good morning,
Good morning.
it's 10:15 a.m. and we are here with John from the Grant County Historical Society. Welcome.
Thank you. I've been looking at a reader board for quite some time now. And with the Grant County Journal being out of business like it did, it's kind of hurt us, even with our membership and keeping up with the community stuff, So I applied for a grant through the city parks, and they talked to Josh last week, and he said that it all went through. So that's what I was gonna use that money for. I really think it's gonna be a big help to us as far as, especially where we're at with all that traffic there. I kinda got involved with it here back in Montana when I lived out there with the same kind of situation, and it really, really helped. It really did. But anyway, my problem is that the Marshall Sign Company, they need $9,000 down, get started. And talking to Josh, there's restrictions on the grant, which the way that works is that I just gotta save all the statements or invoices or whatever that I use the money for, and then they reimburse us at the end of the year. So I don't
Is it
have.
the end of the year, or I thought it was when you have you submit, as soon as it's done, you submit it. You don't have to wait till the end of the year.
Yeah, well, that's what he said.
You said, who told you that?
Josh, it's in the letter too, I think.
Josh.
Johnson from the. So anyway, I actually called him again last week and asked
Oh,
him.
from the city of Fredo,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
And I asked him, I said, is there any way how you can work with us on that? Can we? And no, it's just not gonna happen, I guess. He said he couldn't do it. And, so my question is, I don't know where we stand with this fire fund. I know there's some money in there from what I understand. Is it possible to borrow that money for now and then pay it back at the end of the year?
Is that insurance fund?
Yeah.
What's in there, 100,000?
About that.
So.
I know that in the past it's been allowed, but we have a new accountant, so I guess I'll defer to the accountant.
Loans are allowable, but we have to treat it like a loan. There's got to be interest repaid. The commissioners can set that percentage, what that amount is, but some sort of interest, and it has to be short-term, repaid within 3 years.
So this would not be an allowable expense from the fire fund?
For a reader board?
Because they'd use it for repair and maintenance.
Is the reader board a repair?
Well,
sounds like it's a new asset.
Well, it kind of is, kind of in a way.
What's your total cost for the sign?
14,338.
I didn't see that place.
Then I talked to Kevin about it. He came over and looked at it one day and he said, he suggested to put it on the building, but it's too high. But I thought we could put it on the canopy right above, below the horse. So it's visible, you know, it's too high. It's on the building itself on the very top. It's too high. It's not gonna do us any good. You gotta have it down where people can see it and read it and, but it's nothing fancy. It's just two-sided, you know. It's gonna be a big help. We're kind of just falling down a little bit with we don't have no way to let people know what we're doing.
I'm trying to think whether we've used that funds. I don't think we've used it to balance the budget, but we've used it for.
I guess you could call it a building improvement.
Well, I don't want to get in trouble, but I mean, when they've used that fund before, you know, they haven't had to, and it wasn't to, I think the building was burned and the equipment was at a loss. So the building has already been repaired. So what's left of it would be like the fire truck that was burned, some other equipment that was burned. So it was just kind of, here we go, we're gonna pay you and good luck either finding it or if you just kind of slowly spin it down over the years.
John, do you have the other 1,500 you'll need?
Yeah, actually, I'm gonna stop today at the Columbia Basin Foundation and I'm gonna apply for a $2,000 grant there. And it sounds really promising there. And then last week, we got a check from the Fern Daniels Fund. Every year she gives us, not every year, but anyway, this year it was $7,100. So that was a big help. And there's no restrictions on that. I can use that for payroll or, you know, for operating. But the grant from the Columbia Basin is the same thing. It's got to be a project. It's not, you know, we can't use it for utilities or.
Do you currently have a sign out there?
No. Well, we got just the Grant County,
Just the regular?
just the regular sign. There's no.
Could we say that's gonna be replaced?
Well, but on capital, see that should be paying for the fire fund should be able to pay for capital. And I don't know if it necessarily, it's been honestly pretty loosey-goosey on what is used, if they need to buy something or we're gonna repairs. And it hasn't been just for the fire, so. But it's been a few years since that fire, so I think that they could use, I don't know though, but
But even if,
not a lot of restrictions on that.
if that's not possible, like you were saying, you could lend us the money and pay interest on it or whatever. I just,
But I don't think it needs to be, I think you can use
Okay.
that fund just to pay for it and then reimburse that.
Right.
Yeah.
That'd be a way to do that.
But I don't know, I mean, I'm gonna refer to the,
You guys can approve that if you want.
but I
I
asked,
don't wanna go to jail for it.
You're not gonna go to jail.
I asked Josh about it. He said, just let me know who you want the check made out to, and that's what we'll do.
Worst case is it's an unallowable expense.
On this one, for me, what I would do, and what LTAC kind of here would do is, they're just requiring all of the stuff we require at the very end, before you receive your money.
Right.
So you're basically gonna do 1 through 9, and then if you submitted the invoice amount, that 14,000, with that paperwork, they would then write the check, you could have them write the check to the marshal signs.
Well, Josh told me that they won't cut those checks until
You're
December.
waiting till the end of the year till they have all their funds.
No.
Right.
Well, that's not what it
That's
says,
what he
I
said.
guess. It says must be submitted by December 31st.
Right. So that's what my question was. I says, can we adjust that time a little bit and do it earlier? He says, no. He says, you gotta have all your invoices into us by the end of December, and it's gonna take about 2 weeks into January before the check is cut, because it's gotta go through the process of the board. And he said, it's all been okay. There's no problem with that, with the funds. Now we just gotta submit it the way it's written, I guess.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense when I think of how our tourism works.
Yeah,
To
right.
this one. Because how if you're starting a new event relying on this money to create the event,
Right.
you can't get it till January, so where's that money? I think that maybe something's getting,
But yeah, I asked him a couple times
Mixed.
about it, and he even researched it and talked to the board, I guess. Said that that's just the way it works. So anyway,
Would you mind if I went and talked to Bruce Ryan about this?
or just call Josh at this number, that's what I was thinking.
Would you care if I went and talked to them about this?
Josh?
Josh and Bruce? See if we can get something figured out.
Yeah, he,
And I can
I
report
just-
back. I can let you know.
I just want to get this going because it's really hurting us. We need it really bad.
So I'm looking at the Tourism Commission's new, app they have for your phones. And you guys are listed on that app.
Mhm.
Do you guys have a website?
Yeah, that's something else I wanted to briefly talk about. I also applied for a grant from the Lozier Foundation, and I'm gonna ask for 12,000 there for this kind of stuff. I know Keith said he could help us, but he's kind of busy. He's not. I guess I look at it no different than hiring an electrician or a plumber or something, you know? We're not qualified or staffed to do that, to be honest with you. We tried it a couple times and it just didn't work. So I got a lady's number that I contacted last year. I got her number from the museum in Quincy. And she tells me that she's using her right now. She says she's doing a good job. It's about $1,500 a month. But I only want to try it for like 4 months. And she takes care of all that. She'll do all the, whatever you need to do to get on she'll come down and take the pictures and take the stories or whatever I need. But
Have you just
I look
considered-
back at the Journal, you know, we spent like $7,000 with them every year for advertising. So I don't know why don't fit into that, you know, but we really need that web really bad.
$1,500 a month does seem a little excessive for a web update, but I could see maybe updating your website and then maybe annually, having somebody update it annually, but as far as spending, your budget isn't that large to be spending
Right,
$1,500 every
Right,
month.
that's
on-
right.
Yeah, a website for that shouldn't be that.
But you know,
On
Cindy, that's
Grant
what we spent though with the
County's
Journal.
website, they're on the header bar.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
We actually spent that with the Journal. about 2,000 a month. For ads, for our, whatever we were doing. But gee whiz, now that ad, that's something else I haven't had anybody call me about. I've had 2 magazines call me this year, and that's The Venue. And I bought the one from the Moses Lake one, the $650 for that little ad like that. And The Venue.
I would say the journal is not countywide, so you're only hitting the people that already know you're here.
Yeah.
Basically, so you need to hit.
But nobody's contacted me, even the one up the street here at the campgrounds. I mean, by now, we've already bought all that for the year, but luckily nobody's come by, I guess, because I had to turn down, I guess I take that back. I turned down the Wenatchee one because we didn't have the funds. We don't have the money.
How much is it to advertise on social media, like Facebook?
Well, we're on Facebook too, I think.
Well, I know, but you can pay them to run ads and
Oh, yeah.
they'll go to the users.
So that might be another avenue or different, yeah. But, yeah, if we could find something out, I'd sure appreciate it.
As for the allowability of using the insurance fund to pay for that, I would really have to understand when those funds were received, what were the stipulations on that? I would think it would be for only to repair, renovate, and building improvements that were directly related to the cause from the fire. But if you've already addressed all that and you still have leftover funds, then you might be able to be more broader with capital improvements.
Because it's been sitting there for a while. I think if there's a fire truck, and I don't know if we necessarily bought the fire truck or somebody donated, because a lot of it, I think the items are donated. It was put up new buildings or they've used that fund.
Maybe there was a sign on the side of the building.
Maybe 2. So Tom, I think, may have been the one, we should an email that has kind of accessed those funds. He's done some of the repairs. Let me just reach out to him real quick on an email. Because they do have money for that, for certain.
Barring anything in writing, it would be your guys' discretion on how you'd want to reimburse any museum expenses with those funds.
Yeah, that grant from the Lozier Foundation, I think it's gonna be the same kind of situation. It's gotta be a project, which there I'm gonna use it for actually advertising in the magazines. And I got the radio station coming out for our Living Museum opening day and closing day, 4 hours, 12 to 4. And that's $600 a pop for that. I mean, it's getting
expensive.
It's expensive.
Yeah. And John, I was looking at your guys' quarterlies today, and if you continue to spend like this, you're gonna be over budget this year. Your target should be about this every month, this every quarter. Currently, you're about $6,500 over budget for the year. You could make that up.
Yeah.
But if you continue to be over budget each month, you won't be able to towards the end of it. You can keep this.
I'm really, like I said, I had another lady quit here last week or last month and I haven't replaced her. We're down to 4 people now, so the payroll here has really come down quite a bit, But I'm looking at 105.
What is your guys' income source?
Us and other tourism.
Tourism is our main one, but
Do you charge for fees for people when they come in at the door? How much does they get? $5 a person? It's
I
probably,
wanted to raise that, but the board kind of said no. They told me to stay away from that.
yeah, that might end up hurting you. I mean,
So, it's $5 for adults and 3 for children or under or 16. But But you figured this for the year, right?
So far, I mean, this is just,
See, what I did here, I just went, after September, after we close in September, we're gonna lay everybody off. Have to.
okay. What about your winterization?
We're gonna have to do what we can.
Yeah, well, this would change if you're
Yeah.
planning to go through September, yeah.
So it's gonna be 3 months that's,
So,
so
I do
I
have
got,
to roll into a 10:30 meeting. Renew is waiting for us
Okay.
online.
well,
yeah, okay, thank you very
I
much.
mean,
Maybe I'll get together with you one of these days and come down and do a little bit on that.
of course, John, anytime.
Okay?
Thank you, John.
Thank
John.
you.
Thanks, Mandy.
I emailed,
You plan to call him, or do you want me to call him? Kevin?
Tom
Yeah,
Gates, so
I'll
hopefully
also
we
talk to
can,
him.
but I know we've used those funds.
Because I know how
for
tourism
other things.
works, so,
It doesn't make
Yeah.
sense.
no, but
Okay.
each one is
I
different.
can't recall
But if you're gonna do
You
it.
can't recall.
good,
what
you
everything
want me
is.
to,
You don't remember everything, every little thing
I
ever?
know it's.
I'll send an email of what Michelle wanted me to update you.
I think one of them was like a flagpole, we put a flagpole or a steeple on and things weren't really. good.
I mean, worst case is you just have to argue with someone about what it was considered a capital asset. I don't think that they would push too fast, push too hard.
Good morning, Dell.
I know.
It is 10:32 and we are here for a renew update.
Good morning. How are the commissioners this morning?
Good.
Good. I just had two topics on agenda this morning. The first, I wanted to provide an update to you on the Opioid Abatement Council, which is the 4 county councils. So there's representatives from each county and then the cities that received opioid settlement funds. The last meeting was held at 9 a.m. on Thursday, March 6th, and went through, we reviewed the minutes for the meeting, had some round robin updates from each of the areas on where they are on their request for proposals. And that's when I provide an update that I was given direction to go ahead and partner with the city of Moses Lake, that we could work together on one RFP to go out to Grant County and residents of Moses Lake as well. So they'd have an opportunity to submit proposals to utilize the settlement funds in our area. That meeting with the city of Moses Lake has also been scheduled. So I will be meeting with Carolyn Behavioral Health and with Councilwoman Martinez from the city of Moses Lake so that we can finish the RFP and then release that to the community. So that'll be coming up next week that we meet. We also had a discussion on applications for the OAC committee, so that individuals that would be considered subject matter experts could apply. They would not be voting members on the committee, but they would be used as experts in the field to give advice or consultation to the group when we're looking at proposals and identifying projects. And so just for your information to the board, I did submit an application for our substance use supervisor, Darcy Alamos, to be reviewed and also potentially accepted by the board to be a subject matter expert that's added to the board or to this committee. That got pushed out till next month because the committee didn't receive any other applications. They're going to wait for a few more to come in and then they'll review all of them to make that decision. The biggest thing that came from this meeting is that by the end of March, Carolyn needs to know what our total funding amount has been for opioid abatement funds. When we submitted the contract last fall, we had a total of just about $141,000, but we've received more since then. And so as Carolyn is preparing to amend the contracts to add the additional funding, they're just going to want to know how much funding Grant County had so they can add that to the contracts for this next fiscal year going into 2026. So it's July through June. And so I'll work with Caitlin and get those figures, and then I'll make sure you're aware of what the request is for funds to be sent through Chelan County as a fiscal agent, then on to Carillon that will oversee all of the projects. Any questions about that, or I just wanted to just provide you guys an update of what occurred last week in the meeting.
Good, thank you for the update.
Okay.
It is kind of crazy, the funding that we're getting from this opioid abatement, much more than every time.
Yes.
We get a large chunk from each.
Yeah, and I think the great thing about it is it's funding that's going to last up to 17 years. So the projects that we develop and implement will be sustainable for a long period of time. I did let the city of Moses Lake know that one of our priorities is the jail and ensuring that funds are available for withdrawal management to occur inside the jail. I know that's been a priority for the county, and so I did let them know that that was one of our intended purposes for utilization of the funds, so that they're aware as well. And the next agenda item that I had was just to talk to you about the strategic planning process, and that I got that scheduled with you for April 22nd. So the purpose of that meeting is that I can review with you what our strategy plan and operational plan is for the next 3 to 5 years. I've also invited all of our managers that worked on that plan with us to attend that meeting, so that you'll be able to meet them and kind of get to know who they are and what they're doing in our organization. But I was really pleased that we were able to get that scheduled and get that team invited. And I just want to make you aware of that. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for us to present the work that we've done over the last year and a half to complete this plan and begin to roll that out. It will also show you what we've accomplished as part of the plan throughout 2024 and then moving forward. So I think there'll be a lot of information that will be shared there that will help you understand the groundwork that we had to do and what our plan is moving forward. So thank you for at least having that time available for us to meet with you. We're looking forward to it. And then the walk-on I would have for this meeting is just to give you a FYI that I've got a contract amendment coming through consent for tomorrow, and that was reviewed by Rebecca as well. This is our Carillon contract for our services, and this is effective January 1st, 2025, runs through June 30th, 2025. This is amendment number 27. There was a change to rates. Outside that, there's no other language change. But I just wanted you aware that that's coming through for tomorrow, and it had already gone through our legal process. And that's all I had today, guys. Sorry it's quick and short, but that's what I had for the agenda today.
Del, can you just give a quick overview on the opioid abatement stuff, kind of what's going on, what has gone on, just a quick overview?
Yeah, so the opioid abatement funds came from the pharmaceutical lawsuits that occurred because of the opioid epidemic and overdoses as well. And so these funds have gone to the state, to each county, and then cities that had a big enough population to also receive funds. So our 4-county region created a council, which is called the Opioid Abatement Council, and Chelan County acts as a fiscal agent for that county, or for the 4-county region. As a fiscal agent, all they're doing is they are a pass-through to Carillon Behavioral Health. So we would send our funds to Chelan County. They collect all the funds and they write one check with all the funds to Carillon. Then Carillon will manage the projects by county and by city that received the funds. So it's not being mixed. All of the funds will be able to be used specifically by the area it's assigned to. But Carillon is going to run the RFP process for us in Grant County. And then once we receive proposals for projects, we will have a committee in Grant County that will review the proposals, make selections, And then we will have contracts that will then go from Grant County to these individual agencies that are going to be using the funds. And then Carolyn would oversee the metric so that they will always be aware of what's been spent, how much money we have. Let me check on that real quick, guys. Hold on just a second. All right, something fell in the next office. I want to make sure they were okay.
Gosh, you had a little excitement. Are they okay,
Yeah,
obviously?
yeah. Yeah, I was like, oh, I better go check that. Anyhow, so it's a process of how the funds have rolled out to our county. And we now are going to be creating an RFP that will go out to the community. So agencies will have an opportunity to submit proposals to utilize these funds in the area. So I don't know, Rob, if there's anything more specific you want. It was an interesting process, just for your information, Commissioner Burgess, that with Chelan County being the fiscal agent, that really is just a pass-through function. None of the other counties necessarily at the time wanted to take on that function, but Chelan went ahead and did that. And it literally is a pass-through to Carolyn. There's, from my understanding, there's not like it. They're not collecting interest. They're not doing anything specific. It's just a one point of contact that the funds could get over to Carolyn. And but yes, these funds are coming to our county are going to last up to about 17 years. So these projects can be long-term. We've had a lot of concerns in the jail with individuals basically detoxing in the jail and having a lot of substance use related issues there in the jail. And so we are trying to utilize a portion of these funds to ensure that we could help people in the jail just have a better response there in the jail, as well as people are detoxing there. So I think it's a great opportunity for our area to really start to implement projects that are going to help with opioid use as well as the overdoses that are happening in our area.
That's great, thank you.
Thanks, Del.
Yeah, unfortunately, probably the jail is the #1 detoxing facility. I think it's hard, we're just dealing with different things than what we've had in the jail, so.
Yes.
And I think sometimes we assume they're detoxing when there could be another issue. So, another medical issue, but it's kind of assumed they're probably just detoxing and.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I will work to get the amount of funds that we have, so you'll know the total amount, and then when the RFP goes out, that's what will be available to the community. So.
Okay. Thank you, Del.
And I'll be stopping in later, so I will see you guys this afternoon at PMRT.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll see you shortly.
We'll see you later.
Yeah.
We'll go on recess until 10:45. Good morning, it's 10:45 a.m. and we are here for an assessor's office update with Melissa Knight.
Morning.
Hello.
So we're working with the treasurer's office. There was apparently some issue when they created their year, when we created our year to do levies. Something happened on their side. So we went and we had to unsupplement 20, I don't know, about 2,100 supplements we had to undo. And we're kind of waiting on them creating the bills to redo them, or find out if Daryl wants us to do it prior to creating the bills, which would make more sense. PAX tells us we can go ahead and do it, but we wanted to make sure with Daryl
sounded like Daryl wanted us to go ahead and start that today, so we've already started that process. Luckily, we can just do it all in a mass adjustment. And that was because due to the timing of the change of value notices, when they went out and me doing levies, and it was during the 30 days, that's why we had so many at that period of time. But apparently they didn't create their year, they created bills instead, and that's what caused the problem. They're working on that. Daryl had indicated to Matt that bills were going to be going out in the next few weeks. I gave him everything was fine on our end last Monday, so that's all I know on that front. We are short-staffed this week. We've got, due to Patty's retirement and filling that position, and then our front person is on vacation. So we are a little bit short-handed this week. But I'm covering lunches. I'm the counter person for about 2 hours, answering phones and stuff. So while I'm doing reports for Department of Revenue, yeah. So we are still working on our reconversion of our Marshall and Swift data. We still have a few irons to work out there. Still working out the LTIF portion of it. So, because I want that up and running this year for levies next year, because doing it by hand is very labor intensive when you have that many parcels. It's like 478 parcels now. The Moses Lake Port reached out to me. They want to meet on that. I did have them involve Daryl in that meeting. That's happening this week. Final numbers don't look good for them. We're on track for starting our new construction. We're on track for we'll be able to shave off a few months for change of value notices this year, and then it'll continue to get better. But my staff, they're working hard. We were down all day on Thursday due to that. I'm sure you guys, yeah. We did find some workarounds for some of our appraisers. We had our mobile hotspots. We used our cell data so they could still enter. It did really lag, and they were able to get some stuff done. Just it was a lost day, but we'll roll with it. Other than that, it's just nose to the grindstone as usual.
I'm glad to hear that you guys are all meeting with the port. That'll be helpful.
Yeah.
That way you guys all
be
together get on the same page.
Yeah, and I'd like to go over when I got that report that their consulting group gave and the values that they gave. The consulting group is actually going to be there, so I have some questions on who was the appraiser that came up with those numbers, because we've never seen growth like that ever. And the amount, it would be like, okay, there'd have to be many, many, many people coming in at the same time, which it's not what, I mean, there's growth, but there's not like that.
Not that much.
Yeah.
They oversold.
That definitely concerns me. And I think it concerns Daryl, because Daryl and I had a conversation about it. It's like, I had not seen this. Did you? And he was like,
Well, I'm afraid that once the port and you guys meet and Daryl explains things to them, they should be concerned as well.
Yeah. Other than that, that's all I got. Gotta go do some reports for Department of Revenue.
Anything else? No, anything for us?
I did have a comment. We received an email, but Matt, just kudos to Matt. Sounds like he's a
Yeah,
good
he is.
supervisor. I was just on that training. He's probably really busy right now, but that he might want to take that leadership. Well, you might want to do it too. I've been. in the
Yeah, no,
midst of taking
so we
it.
talked about it.
Okay.
Tom came in.
Yeah, he's been promoting that.
And
It's good.
we talked to him, and I would like all three of us to. It just probably won't be this year due to
You have a lot going on.
we've got a lot of we got to finish up the conversion.
Mhm.
That's number
But I
one,
thought about Matt, yeah.
and then number two is the timing of the classes,
Mhm.
and so it'll just we'll get it figured out. But no, we're all three going to do it. So.
That'll be good.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys have a great day.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
you too.
All right, we do not have an 11 a.m. today, so we are going to go into recess until 11:15 for a fairgrounds update. Good morning, it's 11:15 a.m. and we are here for a fairgrounds update. I see that Rebecca Martinez is online with us. We don't hear you though. Nope.
How about now?
Yep.
That's better.
Okay, awesome.
Morning.
All right. Good morning. So Jim is out of the office this week, so I'm doing the update for him. As you guys may already know, we hired a new groundskeeper that's going to be starting this Thursday. His name's Zach. He will be our third groundskeeper that'll be out there working with Lori and Ken to help with the events on the grounds. Last week, we also did interviews for the accounting tech position. We did send out an offer to one of the applicants, and if she accepts, then her first day will be March 24th. Let's see. It looks like the track removal work out there seems to be on pause for now. We do have somebody coming to pick up the pile of debris that's out there on the southwest corner of the rodeo grounds. And maintenance is starting to open things up, getting water to the barns, the campgrounds, the buildings, and the bathrooms. We did have our first horse show out here last weekend, a barrel race. It was pretty small, about 140, 120 horses, but that went well. We have done most of the capital purchase orders for the kitchen equipment for the old Azar's booth. So those things are slowly arriving. And then we've also ordered 30 blazed maple trees that will be planted around the fairgrounds. I don't think we have any solid locations for where those are going yet, but we've ordered 30 of those. We are still working on finding a headliner for Friday of the fair. We have an offer in, but are waiting to hear back on that. We're hoping to hear back within the next week or two. We usually would have our headliners booked at this point, but it's been pretty difficult to find a headliner that's available to come out and perform without having any routing, or some of them have been being booked on other tours. So it's been a little difficult this year. We just recently opened up vendor registration for our returning vendors for the fair. Those vendors will have till March 24th to apply. And then it will open up to new vendors on March 24th on our website. So those returning vendors that we have invited back all received an email last week with instructions on how to apply. Jim is working with the Rodeo Association to put together a 5-year plan of possible projects and improvements to hopefully help be more focused rather than doing more of a shotgun approach where, you know, they're wanting to get 10 projects out of the way. We're hoping to get them more focused and have a 5-year plan and possibly do up to 2 projects a year. And then once they get that list together, then it can be evaluated to see what on that list is going to be in the best interest of the fairgrounds and the county as a whole. Let's see. You might have noticed that there is a bill, SB 5098, that passed in the Senate that is restricting the possession of weapons on the premises of state or local public buildings, including county fairs and county fair facilities. This most likely will pass. It would require facilities where weapons are prohibited to post signage at common public access points, so entrances. Jim and the Washington State Fairs Association have been in contact with Mike Burgess to see if he can possibly get in some exemptions to that bill. Exemptions for us to still be able to continue to do gun shows and any competitive sports like mounted shooting. So I'm not sure where that stands as of yet.
Do we have mounted shooting here now?
We haven't in a while, but some of the equine events do have them.
Interesting.
And that's all I have for updates.
Well, thank you. That was fast. A lot of information in 6 minutes.
Do you guys have any questions?
You're kind of skeletons staff this week, huh?
Yes, I'm the only one here in the office today. And then we'll have Shayla in here later this week, possibly.
Well, good. Now we just need that.
Yeah. I'm holding down the fort.
Well, thank you.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Thanks, Becca. We will go into recess until 11:30. Good morning. It's 11:30 a.m. and we are here for our risk and safety coordinator update. Welcome, Blair.
Thank you for having me. So just to let you guys know that I am the new contact now with our insurance pool for all claim contacts. I took it over from Barb. So now anytime a claim comes in through WCRG, I am the contact now for them. So everything is being pushed through me. So that is now run through me. Just so you guys know, we've had 2 claims that have been filed with them. WCRG, claim number 1722. It was done on 2/18. Auto versus Gate Youth Services, Juvenile Court Youth Services. It was van versus the Gate at a pole. Not a lot of information on it, so insurance needed more information. The second one was claim number 1725 on 225. Auto accident. Youth Services again on Pioneer Way in Moses Lake driving, and other person hit our car. So we're working on getting that taken care of. Also, Public Works did have a incident. They haven't turned it into the claims department yet, but they did turn it into me, letting them know that while they're working on Frenchman Hill Dawson Road, clearing the side of the road, clearing it all the muck and mud. They hit a phone line, but they're not sure if it's to be worth turning in, but they did turn it into me. We do have a file. Shane Heston does know about it. If we do need to turn it in, we can. We have all the paperwork and all the documentation with pictures. So we do have that as well.
With your position,
yes,
in these auto accidents,
yes,
will you be the tracker now of like employee 1 has been involved in 4 of these?
So that's something I'm gonna start working on. I'm gonna start looking at these. I can start doing this. As we start moving forward, I'm digitizing all the claims. So we can start looking at that kind of stuff. I can look at, with this, I can start looking at all that, and I can. And I can also look at near misses and stuff like that and track that kind of stuff. And yes, we'll be able to start doing that kind of stuff, yes. That is something we'll be able to pull. I can look at who was involved in accidents. Is it a trend? Okay, this is something we may need to work on additional training on these
And is
people.
this something, accidents that shouldn't happen?
Mm-hmm.
Will you be looking at them close enough to make that determination?
So this is something we'll be doing with the safety committee. This is the safety committee. Looking at the setup of the safety committee is supposed to be reviewing claims and stuff like that. And it's supposed to be a subcategory of the safety committee is reviewing all accidents and looking at it and doing the whys. Why did this happen? What was it? Policy problem? Was it a factor of the road conditions? Or was it just driver inattention? Or was it the public that hit us? So we'll be looking at that, and then I'll be overseeing that because I'll be a part of that. And then we'll go through it and then bring it to the manager of the department and say, hey, this is what we saw. And then having them, because I won't be making any recommendations of punishments, but I could say, looking at this, we do see this as an issue, and then it's up to the management.
Okay, because in my few years, I've seen claims and heard things that went with them that I just thought, like, it kind of made me sick, honestly. Yeah. And there's no accountability to it. Mm-hmm. So then I was wondering if your position will be able to help create some accountability to those.
Yeah, and so, that's something with this risk management whole situation, setting this up. That's something we can talk about. If that's something you guys want, it's something we can set up at a later date. Okay. As we design this program. So
I would like you to think about that when you are creating the whole program, because a lot of things aren't maybe portrayed to us correctly. Okay. Like doing 120 and hitting a deer is different than doing 65 and hitting a deer.
I understand. So, those things I can look at and do. And so it's just, if that's something, how you guys are wanting, that's something we can work into as I design the program, I can.
That was the idea behind it originally. It was like, we do have all this policy and all this stuff that needs updated, needs to be more on top of, but we also need someone that you can say, hey, Rob, you got to stop that. Or.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of what I need to know, like exactly. But that's something that we can work on as I'm doing this. The other thing I'm working on is, like I said, digitizing the files. Keith is helping me with NTS. He's doing a great job with that. We have the template for claims basically set up. So as I'm pulling them in, I can almost start doing most of our claim files that are upstairs in my office. I have 6 or 8 boxes, and then I found out we have a pile of boxes in storage. So we're going to go through it. I have destroyed some files already that are over 10 years plus years old that I know can be destroyed. So we have destroyed some files. And then I got to look and then mark the ones to destroy down at storage. Keith is also setting up templates for contracts and certificates of insurance for those events and all that kind of stuff. So we're setting that all up. So everything's going to be digitized. And then we'll give people access to those folders to look at it. So the next thing that I want to start working on is just getting the policy set up for how we handle the tort claims and stuff like that. So everyone knows if tort claims, it's already a policy that it goes to the auditors, and the auditor was bringing them to Barb. They'll come to me now. and then just get it worked out. So get that taken care of. Insurance requirements. It's a little set up, but fine tuning it, get it taken care of so everybody kind of knows what we kind of require.
What are our limits on the insurance requirements?
Right now, it's $1 million, and $1 million doesn't go very far. I just reviewed the Live Nation contract with Barb in the prosecuting office, and Live Nation only was to give us $1 million for our sheriff's department doing security, providing which the sheriff's department, and so I said no to that and asked for a lot more. So we'll see how they respond to that with what I asked.
It should be.
It depends on the event. You know, WCRG wants to see higher limits because if something happens, it's going to fall on them, and so we want to see higher limits. So I want to write it in the way of depending on the event, or you know, it's this or this, but depending on the event, higher limits may be required. So I'll work with Shane on that, kind of fine tune it a little bit. So we'll work on that. You know, for contracts, seeing those, because I'll review them for insurance with all the different department heads, but then have them in an area where I can have them tied with our certificates of insurance, and then know, okay, is this a 1-year contract or is it a multi-year contract like the jail that's being built right now? Do we need to renew the certificates of insurance? So I can track them and then reach out and say, hey, we need a new certificate of insurance. So it's easier for tracking. Right now we're using a Excel sheet, which is very outdated. So there's easy ways to do things. So Laserfish can do that for us. And so he's gonna help me set this up so it's cleaner and I have a place to put everything. So everybody will be able to see it and know where it is and bring us back put us in the 21st century.
Well, I appreciate that.
So that's what I'm working on right now. And then as we go, we're working on, you know, digitizing other forms too. So things are easier to see, easier to do for everyone. So just a lot of things going. But I'm just trying to get the claims done. As soon as I get that, I'll start hopping through these different things to try to get us moving forward. And then go out and see the rest of the department heads and things like that. But I got to get things cleaned up and moving as I go. So
Work cut out for you.
that I do. You know, I'm staying busy. As people send me more things, I get more emails, more phone calls. But there's a lot to do. There's gonna be a lot of things I'm seeing. So it's definitely interesting. So anything that you guys have seen or you would like me to continue to work on or focus
No,
on?
I think you guys have a lot that you are working on, and then doing the policy updates good, and then definitely looking at and working with HR maybe on some of that insurance accountability stuff. Just definitely wanted.
And then we're also working on the different training components, getting more training in here for the staff, doing different things. And so depending if we move forward with Lexapol and their training, there's going to be all kinds of new training available. So it's going to be exciting with Lexapol if you guys choose to go forward with them. Because it is a chunk of change, but what it is, it's worth it because it'll be updated and we'll be moving forward. And they don't contradict themselves policies. So you're fine. Nice to see you, Cindy.
Oh, it's good to be here. It's nice to see you. I was thinking we got 11:45 and 11:15, so I'm not sure where I took an extra long break.
That is all I have for you guys.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Blair?
No, I think we covered it.
Thanks, Blair.
Welcome.
We'll go into recess until 11:45. We're back for a fire marshal update. Good morning. It's 11:45 a.m. and we are here for a fire marshal update.
Good morning, crew. So this is my first official one of these as the fire marshal. It's not a
Welcome.
normal thing, and so I'm terrified and excited at the same time.
Don't be
I
terrified.
think it's a great opportunity that, you know, doesn't get afforded across the board. So I think it's very good. And will help maybe our relationships develop as well, because, you know, typically we hide in holes like across the way and you only hear about us when bad things happen. So this is good. So starting off, permit statistics, just the fire marshal one. We covered these briefly this morning in the development services update, but for the fire marshal permits, we had 10 come in so far, or in February, sorry. And we got 6 of those issued, and I think all 6 of those were the construction permits that came in for various systems that we review. The operational permits, more than likely, are the transient rental applications that come in. They start in the fire marshal's office, and then they go to planning for planning's land use review. And then whatever process planning has takes however long it takes. And then when planning is done and approved, they come back to us to finish up and do the annual inspection report issuance, all that. For the first one on renewals, the planning component's already done, so those will probably process much faster in the next year and 2 years as the program matures. As far as those numbers go, moving into the transient rental thing, we're working on the software change, going from Rentalscape to Granicus. We've developed the licensing module component of SmartGov now. It's we have a training stage set, so we're waiting to hear back from SmartGov on when they've got time to train our permit techs and inspectors and me on the licensing module itself and how that's going to play in. It's not a feature that's been used by us in SmartGov before. We typically just use the permitting module, so that should allow for the automatic reissuance and scheduling of inspections annually going forward. It should clean up and make it a lot simpler for folks out there that are licensed or want to get licensed. As of the end of last year, I think we had 70 that had been done through Rentalscape, and the process started. And tracking on that was kind of abysmal because of the various steps involved. We had it pretty clean by the end, but then we, you know, are switching to this new product and system through our SmartGov system. We've had 22 registered since January, where we've set up the kind of temporary pathway so we didn't have to interrupt people registering. And then once the licensing module comes on, we're going to manually transition all 90 plus however many come in between now and when that module goes online over into it so that it's seamless for everybody. So that'll take a little bit of time, but it should be fairly quick once we get it figured out and get trained on it. That's what I've got for those 2 things. But expectations for the future, this is me asking you, what are your expectations of this meeting? What kind of stuff do you want to know? What kind of things can I provide you to make this time good, efficient, and useful?
I mean, I would just like to kind of get updates and, like you said, build the relationship to understand what you're doing, what you need, what you don't need, issues that are kind of going on, stuff you see. It's kind of just that time where, what if you've been in this position almost 4 years? Maybe we've had one update.
Yeah, one kind of deal.
So it's kind of just an opportunity to make sure that we aren't missing something, that you know, and that you're not getting the opportunity to talk about things you're wanting or requests that you may have, or it's just kind of a easy time. Okay. And I think you are monthly or every other month.
Yes, it's monthly. Yeah.
So, I mean,
yep. And I know with the upheaval and transition, you know, in development services, there's some reorganization and some stuff, you know, in the works going on over there. I know Jim and I are discussing quite a bit on what the fire marshal's office future should look like, and some things that were cleaved and neglected previously, and not just during Chris's time, but like as long as I can remember, some things that have been sort of unfunded kind of things that we should be doing. And so, you know, working towards that in the future in like a 3 to 5 year plan of cleaning up a bunch of stuff and bringing the fire marshal's office to where it should be, for its, you know, counterparts across the state, and kind of matching and hopefully exceeding with less, so to speak, right? Because I know budgets are budgets, and we got to do what we do to work within them. But maximizing some of that stuff for the future to get so you guys and the public itself gets the benefit of what they should be getting out of the fire marshal's office. It should be more than just a guy sitting in a corner reviewing plans. right? That's all we have time for right now.
So how are the fire inspections? Are the local fire jurisdictions, are they doing their own inspections? Are you still called out? Because before.
For fire investigation?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
Inspection investigation.
Yes, and both, right? So they're still doing triage on a lot of those. I'm still getting the phone calls that I should get, and some that I shouldn't, and probably some that I should get that I don't get, because there's still a lot of, they don't know what's going on and all that, especially with recent stuff. I fully expected in the short term after Chris's departure that I would be getting a whole bunch of like, he's gone, come investigate kind of stuff, and I laid the groundwork ahead of time that statutorily we're mandated to do this, but the program itself was gutted to the point where it's just me currently, and Kevin can assist on some things, but there's no on-call or standby or anything for him to answer the phone, right? So the phone is me 24/7, 365, not for the call-outs right now, except for vacations and stuff. I guess I got something looked at for that when I'm actually like taking time off. But so there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen, and it can't happen overnight. So I definitely laid the groundwork for them that like it's not flipping a switch, right? This is a 3 to 5 year deal, and we really do, have an opportunity to build it correctly now because it got nuked, right? Unpleasant as it was and everything else, right? But it's an opportunity to actually build it from the ground up the right way, correctly, fund it properly, and position appropriately for the future, right? We did have 6 people that were doing investigations prior, and we all covered different weeks and different weekends and different times, right? And so everybody had a life, so to speak, right?
So now it's just you?
It's just me, yeah.
Wow.
But are you doing it? Because we're hoping that it would kind of push back to the local fire departments, unless it was something large, but.
And like I said, they've been triaging to the best of their ability, but we leave ourselves hanging out, right? Because the statute is very clear. And our previous director wanted to interpret it a different way, right? But it's black and white. It's very clear that the county fire marshal is responsible for all fire investigation in the county's jurisdiction. City limits is city fire chiefs. So, and I think that was one of the things that once upon a time the legislature was actually smart on, because they realized that most rural, especially Eastern Washington counties and fire districts, are primarily volunteer. And they don't have the capacity or budget or time and the necessary personnel to do the 5+ years worth of training and experience that it takes to get certified as the fire investigator, to be an actual certified fire investigator. It's a very long process. Requires a lot of documentation and a lot of skill across different areas to actually even be able to go take the test.
So are you the only one in the county?
There's 3. There's me, Chief Beach from the city of Moses Lake, and then Alan Albee, who was my chief deputy, who was let go. So we have 3 in the county. 2 of us are currently working in the fire field. And the city and I have a very good relationship when it comes to that. So if I need another certified person, Derek is more than willing to come out and assist. And likewise, I'll go help him if he needs it. Part of the program, the Envisioning long-term program, does involve those fire districts and some key people, some long-term volunteers who have some time and ability, to do what's called a fire investigation technician program. And that's an 18-month program for certification. That's through the International Association of Arson Investigators, and it's a timed, tested, trained, and not annual, but I think it's every 3 years for recertification on that. And it's kind of like the EMTs of fire investigation. So your EMTs, like an ambulance, shows up, patch you up, get you to the hospital. If it's something simple, patch you up, sign the patient release, you go home, right? Same kind of thing. They don't need to take you to a doctor. And it doesn't take 8 years to get a certified, fire investigation deal, but it's significant. So it's kind of like the doctors of that world, so to speak, on the training and experience level. So
is it 18 months full on in classroom, or is it?
It's 18 months as part of a investigation assigned unit and specialty. So the thought is to get 2 or 3 from the larger districts whether they're some of their career staff or volunteer staff who are interested, want to do it, and build the fire investigation unit for the county, which then, when there's a call, kind of like an ambulance, right? We need a fire investigation, beep, beep, the pager goes off for that, and the technicians would go. And if it's their own district, they may already be there, and be able to say, ooh, yeah, this is pretty simple, here it is. They write the report, it goes on, right? And then if it's not, if it's a fatality or something larger or something more complex, then that's when they pick up the phone and they're like, hey, we need you to come out, kind of deal. So
do most fire I thought most fire districts had a paid, sort of paid chief or a paid employee or two?
a lot of them do.
Okay,
not all
so
of them.
that would be, okay.
Right, so some of them have part paid, some of them have part-time, some of them get $200 a month to be the fire chief.
Okay, so it's pretty small. Okay, I was thinking most of them we had.
So
fire
District
chief.
5 has some staff, District 3 has some staff, District 8 has some staff, and District 7 has a chief. The rest
District
of them,
5 should have something like
yeah,
that.
District 5 has, they have a couple, and I've talked with them about it as one of the core groups, right? District 5 and District 3 are probably the largest users, so to speak, of the investigation
That'd be
service.
mostly Quincy.
Quincy area, yeah, and Moses Lake area. Royal City used to be, but they've kind of just been like hands off for a while because of the stuff that went on. But they were
But
like,
they have a paid chief.
they have a paid chief,
Okay.
yeah.
And it's someone for-
But I mean, as you know, the paid chief or whoever, they have a lot of their own responsibilities, administrative and all this other stuff, and not necessarily the time to do the line work, the grunt work, the investigative work. They do the command, right? And even then, they don't always do that because they have the battalion chiefs and captains who will assume the command. And their primary job is, let's say, like a police chief, right? They're not necessarily, or sheriff, they're not necessarily always out on the road patrolling it and doing investigations and doing that kind of stuff. Sometimes there's time, most of the time there isn't, just from what their job entails. But the plan is to kind of build this whole thing from the ground up correctly over the next 3 to 5 years. And then hopefully we have something on that side that is very solid and will, being built the correct way, be able to sort of stand the test of time and transition and everything else in the future. Same with community risk reduction, right? This year we got $20,000, thank you, in the budget for community risk reduction. And so I'm working with the districts and stuff out there now on a smoke alarm program and home inspections. We're gonna get a bunch of that stuff so we can go out and do home inspections on people who are interested, who don't have a smoke alarm or like, what can I do with my property? And kind of publicize and advertise that so we can get smoke alarms out in people's houses that don't have them.
Do you typically put a combo in when you put them in?
Yeah.
CO and fire.
Monoxide and smoke. We've had in the last 4 years, I want to say it's close to 15 fatalities in fires in the county in the last 4 or so years. And the majority of those have been in places that don't have a smoke alarm or a non-working one because they took it out or took it down or whatever. So
Beeping, so they got tired of it.
yeah, so the big push there, right, is to get that part started on the community risk reduction. We can kind of go from there. A lot of work ahead, but I think it's going to be good work. So.
How many fire calls do you get a week?
So a week?
Or a year? Do you have last year's calls?
So
Or
last year's-
inspections. Investigations.
Investigations, okay. Last year, I want to say it was around 25.
Okay, definitely it's gone down.
Typically, it averaged around 50 prior to COVID would be a good number. There was a spike after COVID. So the districts have always been sort of triaging some of this stuff.
That's like 2 a month then, so it's definitely much better than it was.
A little bit, yeah. But they're also not calling on things that they would have called on before and just writing it off, so to speak. I get several phone calls a month from insurance adjusters or insurance agents who are asking for a fire report. And I don't have one because we didn't go. So either they didn't call us or it was, just one that either I wasn't available because I'm out of town or we declined.
Do they have to have a fire report for the?
Insurance, yeah. In order to get their payment out, typically there's a fire report. we'll see where the future goes. It's not an overnight thing. Nothing is, you can wreck things overnight, but you can't build them overnight. So it'll be a process. I'm looking forward to working with you guys on it.
Thank you for joining us today and educating us on the inspections and investigations, things like that.
Yeah. Happy to help. Any other questions or anything for me?
No, I don't have
Okay.
any more.
Thanks, Nathan.
We'll see you next week and next month.
We'll go into recess until 1 p.m. when we are back for position management review.
Good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock. We are here with the, I don't know, my calendar. My calendar cut off. We had some meetings.
In case you need it.
I know it's a new. With the position management team. No, position management review team.
Can we promote Deborah to this meeting, please? I believe she's online.
I do not see her as of right now.
Okay, well, when she,
Oh, there she is. She's backstage. I do see her now.
okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So good afternoon, commissioners. We have 3 positions on the agenda for today. Decorah is online and is available for questions, feedback. So the first request we have is from Development Services. Dan, do you want to take it away for us?
Jim Anderson is here to present.
Thank you, commissioners. So as we all know, there's been a change in development services, and our previous director also was the building official. So I am seeking to resurrect the building official position. And when it was a separate position prior to, it did not have management authority. So I have asked Dan to take a look at that job description. I have actually kind of just overhauled the job description and have given it management authority over the building permit technicians, the building inspectors, and the plans examiners. So my request would be, again, to resurrect that previous position of building official, give it management authority, and reband the job description from a 17 to an 18. We have the money to do it in the existing budget, again, by using the funds that previously were approved with the previous director / building official not being in position.
So Dan, we have the position documents reviewed, review job description. Did we do a salary comparable?
We didn't do a comp on that one. We looked at what the prior band was, and I think it was an 18 before. I don't know if that was prior to the management.
If I can add, I did do in 2021, I did comps and it would have fallen at the band 18, but at that time, the director didn't want to move the position up. So I would recommend that band.
Thank you. Okay. Mandy is not here. Let me see if I can reach out to her to see if she's coming, but is it in budget or is it not in budget? Position is not budgeted.
It wasn't in the 2025 budget, but as Jim indicated, there's funding to cover it.
Yep, funding available. And Felicity's also not here. There she is.
I forgot.
Welcome, Mandy.
Thank you. Felicity's out today.
Thank you. So we were reviewing the development services building official position. This position was budgeted 2021. New development services director would like to reinstate the position. Band 18, Decor shared she did a compensation study in 2021 and those comps at that time showed at a band 18. The position is not currently budgeted for 2025, but funds are available. And so that was kind of your part.
Gotcha. So you say 2021, the position existed, but it went away?
The Director of Development Services did away with the position, correct, Jim?
The position existed up to until the hiring of Chris Young, which would have been in 2021? Yeah. When he backfilled the previous building official, who was employed under a, let's say, pared back job description that had no management authority, banded at a 17. When Chris Young was hired in 2021 as the building official, there was an interim development services director that opted not to become permanent director, and it was at that point that Chris Young decided to take over the role of director and building official. And so it was at that point in time that the building official position was made inactive, I guess, for lack of a better word.
The reason I ask is I think we still have Chris Young's budget for 2025.
That is correct.
So we can reallocate that money if that's okay.
That's
So what he was hired in, I think, May or June of 2022, Jim was. So a little backstory on that. Before Jim was hired, our director, it's kind of like it is now, our development services director was from the planning director. So when Chris came on board, we just pretty much flipped it. So Chris was the director of development services and took on the role as the building, kind of the head of that. So I think that's where the change.
I thought it was 2022. It looks like on this job description, it was before this version. Looks like it was back from 2022 and it's banded at an 18. So that looks like that work had already been done, or it had already been.
Probably when we were looking, so Chris was hired in May 16, 2022, hire date, and then it says position date 6/16/2022.
Okay. I'm going to speak for Felicity here. Decora helped me out if I misspeak, but I don't see any policy or process deviations or issues. So I'm going to mark that as compliant.
I concur.
Okay, thank you. Any commissioner insight?
Oh, sorry, I should have waited.
That's
I
okay.
think it's just kind of, we flipped from, building planning to the director.
Kevin?
I don't have any issues with it.
Okay, no feedback. All right, we will move this position on to the board for final determination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Are you gonna backdate? The position?
What do you
retro?
mean backdate?
Retro, yeah, retro's pay.
For
Or is it not, it's not gonna be increasing?
for who?
It's a new position that they're gonna.
They're reinstating.
It hasn't been filled.
Oh,
We
sorry.
were, so we'll post it and compete it.
Gotcha, okay,
Go through recruitment. It won't be backdated because it'll be effective moving forward.
gotcha.
First of the pay period. Yep. Good question, though. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay, second position we have on the agenda is for renew, controller. Dan?
And I'll pass out. Here.
Hi, Deb. Good, all right.
Hey, Dale.
Hey, Decorah.
In case you need one. Great, thank you.
So the Renew department is requesting that we add a controller into our finance department. Since 2018, we've grown from a revenue of $9 million to $22 million a year. We have not increased the support around our financial team. And the Substance Use Coalitions that we are the fiscal agent for are also increasing their funding and their grants and opportunities. And so as Jenny, our Director of Financial Services, came on, she's been looking for ways to provide more support for the team there in our finance area, as well as create some succession planning so that there's opportunities for internal growth as well, from people growing from claims to accounting to a top level accounting and then a director position. So really trying to have a seamless role for succession. But the growth that we're experiencing right now, we do need this.
Sorry, I
Yep,
didn't
no,
know
you're
if you were
good.
talking or
You're good.
sneezing, sorry. Just want some water?
No, good, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so just, we really need to start evolving, especially in our finance department, to add this additional support. So the controller position would report to the Director of Financial Services. Then the controller position would supervise the accounts payable in our program, or not the accounts payable, the payroll aspect of it, at the accounting tech position, and then the grants coordinator position, which is a grants coordinator, what's the position called?
Finance coordinator.
Finance coordinator position. So they have some supervisory responsibilities over this group. The funding for this would come out of mental health 108 fund. Although this position was not budgeted in 2025 as the added position for our position management schedule, we had a placeholder in the budget that we had an individual that was on leave and did not return, and we were anticipating a return, and we'd have to place them somewhere else. And so we're going to utilize those funds to help support this position. And then also, if there is internal growth in this situation, it also gives us a chance to delay a backfilling, which will help create a situation where this really is a wash as far as funding and what's budgeted in our position management budget. So that our request is to go ahead and post this position and add it to the finance department.
Will any of the pay be reimbursable by the grants?
So all of the pay is paid out of our mental health fund, so the revenue that's coming in.
Gotcha. I was thinking specifically federal or state grants, but okay.
It's all service revenue.
It starts right, gotcha.
We have a job description that's been reviewed and completed. Dan, did you do comps for this position?
Yes, so Decorah and I looked at those and our recommendation is a band 15.
Great. And then it is not in budget, Del, but you have the funds.
Correct.
Mandy, would you concur with that?
Yeah, they definitely have money in their fund balance.
Okay.
As to whether that position will be enough, if they've been vacant the whole year, was that person at a band that's
Close
to that
Yep,
one? So
very
yeah,
close, very close.
then yeah, it would probably be in the budget too.
Yep.
Felicity's not here. Decorah, help me with this if I misspeak, but I don't see any policy or process issues.
I don't either.
Okay. Any commissioner insight? Cindy?
No, I'm just I'm quickly looking to see about what a band 15, the salary would be. About between 8,000 and 9,000, is that? No, that was my only question.
I didn't put the range on it.
This is an exempt position.
That would be an 03.
So I'm assuming it meets the threshold for exempt. I don't even know what that is this year.
What's that?
We talked about it, I just don't remember.
the threshold this year, Decorah is 73 or 78,000?
77.5, I believe.
Yeah, so we'd be good for a
So-
couple years.
72.55 monthly, starting out, and then step 7 is 85.38 monthly.
What is that yearly? Sorry.
So your range is 87, roughly, a little over 87 to 102.
Okay, answer your questions.
Yeah.
Any other insight?
It's on the position management
I don't have any,
piece of the budget.
other than I agree with Mandy, they do have
Those are current positions.
plenty in their budget. And thanks for the information on, I just kind of like to know what the positions are, so
Absolutely.
I'm just really surprised when somebody comes requesting additional or, fees, so we kind of know where the ballpark.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know 3, right?
Yep.
Kevin, any insight?
Nothing, I just assume that'll be posted and
Yeah,
applications.
posted and completed.
Okay. So this position will be forwarded to the board for final determination. All right. Thanks, Del.
Thank you, Del.
Thank you.
Adele, as always, it's great to see you.
Great to see you all as well.
Absolutely.
Do you want me to send that to you? So you
So what?
The.
No, it's okay. I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
I'll figure it out. Thank you.
great. Thank you.
Thanks, Del.
I'll see you probably this afternoon if you're ready as well.
Okay, great. See you later. Thank you, guys.
Bye. Drive safe. Okay. Last position we have on the agenda is fairgrounds seasonal staff.
McKiernan could not be here today because he's on vacation. He's on vacation.
Kevin, you knew that. Kevin's like a mind reader.
I think that.
He's got all the details on everything.
He actually did put together a small PowerPoint. Since he went through the effort of it, even though he's not here, I still want to just throw it away, so. MRT form.
I assume this lamb that's working on his computer is fake.
They're really desperate. They are desperate to get people.
It's a bad joke is what it is.
We had a little lamb. I think they're called bun lambs. That I got to bottle feed.
Oh, yeah.
It's really fun. Is that what they call it, bun lambs?
So, yeah.
Probably not. Somebody else will probably jump out with your message. I was its mother. Petunia.
Dan, do you want to go over the specifics?
Yeah.
Which one are we going to do first?
We can probably do them somewhat simultaneously. So as I'm sure you guys probably know, Jim hires seasonal workers every year. And typically he hires 2 seasonal workers that support the office and then 6 that support the fairgrounds. However, because just prior, an additional groundskeeper was approved, which we hired for and successfully filled that position. Jim feels he doesn't really need the additional seasonal support. So the request and proposal is to have 2 office seasonal workers, such was the case in prior years, and then reduce from 6 summer aides to 4 that would support the external work scope or outside work scope, supporting the fairgrounds and fair events and some of the other activity that happens during the summer. What Jim would like to do is stagger some of the hires, so we would do an open until filled requisition, and that way instead of hiring everybody at somewhat the same time, he can stagger the onboarding of whoever the selected candidate or candidates are, so that he's got support through September. So that's what his goal is.
You're gonna have to help me, Dan, but 15159-13 is one position.
Yep. And then the other one, so there's the summer aid is 15904 is the position number.
Okay.
So what we would do is on the start date, we would try to hire, we would try to hire one at the beginning of April, one in the middle of April, and then two at the end of April. For the office seasonal support, that's a different position number. It's 15913. Hourly rate is the same on both. For this position, for the office support, we'd hire one in the middle of April and then one at the beginning of May.
Thank you. So job descriptions are reviewed? Have been
Yes,
reviewed?
no changes from last year, other than we have to update the rate or verify that it's consistent.
Okay, and no
And put it in the new template too.
Okay, and then compensation study, did we do one for these positions?
Did not just use the same hourly rate that's on the comp table.
And what is the hourly rate?
1945.
Oh, instead of 1925, 1945?
1945, yeah, per hour.
Okay, you have 1925.
Or do I have I'm sorry, 1925 per hour.
Well, I'm gonna go.
1925 is what it is.
Is what we've used previously by Decorah for seasonals.
How many hours is this?
It kind of depends because the expectation is that they may have to work nights and weekends if there's an event. So because they're hourly, it kind of varies, but I don't know what they've done in the past. It wouldn't be any different than prior years, but I don't know how many hours they normally work during the week.
I guess would be
I
40.
think it's 40.
Okay, because he's got budgeted $50,000 for his seasonal. So I guess it just depends on how many hours these guys work, whether or not he's got enough for them.
You budgeted 50,000 for
For
all of the 6?
Yeah.
Okay, so it is in budget. Both positions are in budget.
Okay, so I'm just gonna throw this out there because sometimes he's had a difficult time, but we're pretty close this year. So the minimum wage is
$16.66 in
Okay.
Washington State.
for ages 16 and older. Okay, so the adverse effect wage rate in Washington State is 1982. What that means, because Grant County is pretty heavily saturated in H-2A workers, so that is now, if you're in the ag industry, that is our minimum wage, even though we may not have H-2A workers on our farm, but that's what our neighbors that have it, and so it's really hard to hire something. So you may want to look at the 1982.
Okay.
But I think we're pretty close at 1925, but I know before you had a minimum wage and couldn't get a snag or a bite, whatever, he wasn't successful, but it's just because that's for Grant County. And that's.
And Cindy, historically, I think that he has a hard time filling those seasonal positions until school gets out in June, till college gets out, and then they come in pretty quick.
Okay, that's good.
There's usually a little panic in May, are we going to get people? But it happens.
And I always like to throw that out because that's kind of what sets the standard for the ag community for minimum wage.
Policy process, I don't foresee any issues. Decorah, can you confirm?
No issues.
And then any commissioner insight? Cindy?
I just shared mine.
Okay. Kevin?
No, I think he's got plenty of money there to pay for it, so we're gonna need the help.
Cindy, you used a phrase,
Adverse effect,
adverse effect.
wage rate in Washington. It's under LNI, you can pull it up LNI, or if you Google H2A 2025 Washington State minimum wage.
Okay, thank you.
I always like to throw it out there just to be.
Sure. Yeah.
Thank you for the handout.
So Cindy, are you suggesting then that that minimum wage or that minimum rate go up?
I think it's something to look at. I mean, I'm just in the ag community, so our minimum wage is, I mean, we can offer minimum wage, but we're not gonna get anybody interested in it because,
Mm-hmm.
you know, you're kind of fighting for employees, so you've got to make it, it kind of levels the playing field. Now we know that the adverse effect wage is 1982, so you're pretty close to that.
Yeah, and the other thing to consider when you talk about H2A specifically, that program is employers seek out those permits and have to go through a very rigorous process for bringing foreigners to the country, right? Which is different than setting minimum wage. So I think we're okay with where we're at, knowing that that program is established to bring in workers as opposed to.
But I realize that, like, we don't have H2A workers on our farm, but our neighbors do. And so if we want to get seasonal workers, they have H2A and local workers. So that is their minimum wage. So if we want to be competitive and in the market, we've got to be willing to pay that 1982 is all I'm stating.
Got it.
Because that's what they get.
Okay, thank you for
That's
explaining.
kind of like,
What's the age group for these positions, 18 and over?
Okay. All right. These positions will be forwarded to the board for final determination. And that's all we have. Anything else?
no, thank you for all this information. No, I'm not, I think we just need to be mindful of that. I don't know how many ag workers are
Yeah.
impacted.
No, I think it's a
Seasonal workers
valid.
And those is like, and those security that I know in
Sure.
Iowa it's huge.
Would it be appropriate to put that in our formal request to the, when we get board approval, to say that we have the authority to go up to that rate? As part of the approval for board approval?
Yeah, I think it definitely make a note of it.
Because I think we
I
have
would agree
to
with
run
that.
some numbers just to calc it and see if, just to make sure that it's in the, within that $50,000 threshold, but if it is, just so that.
I mean, it's just minor, but I don't think that the.
I think we don't get any applications, that's an indication that we're not paying.
That's what I'm wondering, if we need to do a quick, if we do have to do a quick pivot, that we at least have the ability or the authority to increase it to 1982.
1982.
I would say go up to it, just because I live in that world.
I would agree with that. And
I hear 2 yeses, so thank you.
got enough in his budget. Good for it. I don't know, anywhere you can work and have that much fun anyway, so that's a bonus for most people.
Yeah. All right. That's all we had.
Good. Well, thank you for all the information. Makes it really easy to.
Yes. Thank you both. And Decorah for being on. And Mandy.
Welcome. Thank you all for bearing with me as I'm working remotely.
Yes.
I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 1:28. We are in recess until
1:45.
1:45. Good afternoon. It is 1:40. It just turned to 1:46. We are here for the commissioners'
Work session.
work session. Update my little calendar here. I have some notes. And obviously, Robin's not here. He went to the sleep center. Okay, I just had a couple things. Raina reached out. Apparently, we've got 8 kids who will be coming to Grant County for an exchange. We have 8 kids 2 teachers, a male and a female teacher, and Rena. So I need to find homes for 11 people, and that will be the very end of April, first part of May. They're here, and they've requested to go to the rural school district, so I will reach out to a school teacher there and for the robotics. She's actually been helping managing the online exchanges, so I reach out to her and start looking for some homes.
So they're here from the end of April till May.
Yeah, it's like 5 days. I think she. It's nice when the kids are together.
Yes.
When they're split up, it's really hard to. And I don't believe they're sending any, when they send like city personnel over with it, it's literally like 2 different groups. So I'm hoping they just do the one. And then Caitlin, you're gonna kill me. Somebody in our group, in our PEA group.
Caitlin is not on in case you needed her.
Oh, I see her name on here. She's not on.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's just not at her desk. She's at the homeless thing as well.
Oh, she is. Okay, she's logged in then. Okay. Yeah, I just need to cancel that because somebody else in the group already put it in up for me. So I'm like, yes. Okay, they're arriving on April 29th and leaving May 3rd. So I will be working with Raina to find homes for them all. I think that's, okay, we concluded it was a resolution that the South, I did kind of read that email, South County, kind of a resolution for Paramount when they're coming over. I thought it was more of a contract, not a resolution.
For them to come and do that video
Yeah, because we had something when they came in our area, and I thought that's what, so I need to. I was.
Cindy, that was in a different email. So she sent a resolution, or actually, I think she actually brought it here to me, but she also sent you and I the contract.
Okay,
the original contract that I had submitted to her that we used historically, and then the one that Paramount is proposing. And then Barbara Durbeck made a bunch of comments within the contract. And bear with me, you guys are frozen, so I don't even know if you can hear me right now.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
They don't contract with South Grant County, so I don't know. But when we've had contracts in the past, I think we had somebody perform. I don't know if they needed a roadway, but we had a contract that the county provided when they utilized.
And that's in one of those emails.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Perfect. What I believe Pam is thinking is that our contract's a bit much and that Paramount would rather do their contract.
Mm-hmm.
And when I get back from my conference, I'll have this on the agenda. So I don't remember if I emailed it to Rob and Kevin yet.
Yeah, they're CC'd on it.
Okay, perfect.
They're CC'd on it. So I just wanted to, she was asking about it. I'm like, And I have a note to talk to our prosecuting attorney about it. If we don't need a contract, if we do need a contract. Because I thought it was something in our Grant County Wild West or something, we asked them to. Again, it's happened one time prior that I recall, and it was. We don't do it every day. So Barb, do you have the ability to, on this Thursday, to remove that WebEx that Caitlin?
This Thursday, she should be back here within the next half hour. So we need to remove something from
I
Thursday.
sent an email, yeah,
Okay.
I think I did, maybe not.
Which meeting was that?
It was for my PDA, my Professional Development Academy. We all take turns hosting meetings, mine is Thursday.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the calendar and I don't see it. That's probably why it's not on the calendar. So I will just put a sticky note on her desk. So you do not need the Zoom anymore.
Yes, somebody else in the group has just gone ahead and did it. They have been doing it for the last.
Perfect.
So I just assumed they had asked her for it. I didn't know she just automatically did it. So I'm like, well, thank you for doing that. It makes it a lot easier. So we're down to 12. Kirk was in my group. Yeah, we're down to 12. Got a lot smaller. We started in January. We're in March, so I'm still in. I had a comment about the jail medical. They must have read the article. That we probably need to get more medical. The nursing staff and more responsive because they commented that it.
Yeah, I think
Sometimes
Joy's
it does
working
take
on that.
2 days, 48 hours to get kite answered. I'm gonna talk to the Muslim Court. I've got to be submitting a letter this month for, see if they can help me on some of the information to present to the 1,000 people that I will be speaking to. So if we get a little court information there.
I have a few calls from people that had tried to reach out to the BVA building.
Oh, okay.
I had some people call that said that they left, the guy, Phil, had taken copies of their information and they couldn't find it. They were concerned about their information being out there. So I made contact with the head of the BVA and said that Phil resigned. They didn't put him on. They didn't fire him. He was put on leave. And he resigned. But he also said that they were rated number one, an 88% approval rating, and that they are looking for somebody new, and that they would be more than happy to work together with our guys.
And I reached out to the VVA over in Seattle or Olympia, whatever number I had, and they will be working with Tony. So I gave him Tony's number, and then Tony did mention that they did make contact with them, and so they can start working. We just don't have a building big enough. And Tony, because we got it concerned about the calls. Tony says he gets about 30 calls a day, and in January he had 72 scheduled appointments. That's not including walk-ins. So I don't know if that's 72 that he or the office had.
That sounds like they're staying plenty busy up there.
Who tries to get back to him within 24 hours? That would be great if we could put the BBA. Okay. Tom said, do you recall using some of the museum insurance funds from the fire several years ago to pay for repairs or capital expenditures at the museum? And Tom says, yes, we have. That was the purpose as we were told. So we have been using for repairs and maintenance at the museum.
So we can help them out with that sign.
Yes. I mean, I'm thinking of the board.
I think you just pay us back.
Well, no, they actually have, the account is their insurance. What do they have, 100,000 left in their insurance? Fire?
They have, there should be some money left, but not, oh, actually, it's maybe 40, 50,000.
Okay.
In that fund. Yeah, the last month of when you're getting your cash balances, that would be on there.
Okay.
Of what the cash
Good.
balance was.
So we could actually give them the funds to do that sign, and then that grant money can just pay them back.
Yeah, so it just, yeah, they would use their own insurance funds, and so I will email Mandy. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah, no, I agree. Let's help them out as much as they give them what they need, but
Okay.
they definitely need to figure out a website, get that figured out.
So did everyone come to your meetings this morning?
Yes,
Okay.
so far everybody's been here except for you.
Wow.
But you're here now. Yeah, no, everybody's been here so far.
It's hard to do an agenda during such a volatile time period where every day things change. And so I give you agenda and then it's totally not going to even talk about things on the agenda. So I didn't even get to the point because just everything keeps changing in our office all the time.
Daryl, I'm going to pipe in, and that's okay. As long as you submit something, that would be great.
I have no idea what to submit. This week has been
Just weekly standard bullet points.
Just take them one day at a time, Daryl. That's all we can do. How was your weekend?
Eventful. I just stayed home practically the whole time period. My feet have been hurting, so walking much would have been very painful, which is part of my problem with my lack of flexibility to reach my left foot. And so it's getting too dry and that's not good. But I watched a few series on the Sci-Fi Channel. I didn't even know there's a season 2 for The Ark. So I watched that all the weekend. Now I'm ready for season 3. I want to record. I was going, wait a minute, there's a season 3 coming out soon? I didn't even know there's a season 2. So I went and watched it.
All right, you want to go into our 2 o'clock now?
Okay, I sent that to Mandy, so. Good afternoon, it's 2 o'clock. We're here with Daryl Pheasant for his weekly update. For your update, welcome, Daryl.
Okay, thank you. First topic is, speaking of Mandy, is this number she came up with. Well, it looks like she included in
What number for what?
in the property tax revenue number that we're not going to even meet. It looks like she included mental health and veterans levies in that amount, because the way Melissa gives her the information, she didn't understand that she was giving information that was for all funds and not just for current expense. Plus, it looks like the interest that we get from REC's payments of $420,000, she included in the property tax revenue, while I included its interest and goes into the interest revenue account that we did account for. So that's not going to be paid twice. So that would be another reason why we're not going to come close to making what was budgeted for.
What is our shortfall?
Oh, $1.5 million. Plus, we have,
Is that with the insurance too? 1.5 million plus the insurance shortfall? So we're.
you
short
got 2 million. Now you got this week supposedly, the BTAs, if they get the signed orders from DOR, that could be at least another $500,000 of revenue loss in refunds out of the current expense fund, which puts us at,
What was the insurance? Was the insurance 1.8?
I was told it was 2 million. But there's 2 million short, but we don't know what the breakdown between the public works and other non-current expense departments.
Well,
That
there
2
was
million.
discussion, it just says it was our error, current expense should pay for the whole thing.
No. No. We can't keep covering for these entities of costs that are actually truly theirs. Now, if they have to extend their budgets, that's fine. But not continually cover for them. If they had the correct numbers, then they would have had it and you would have found a way to balance the budget to that number. By using reserves or something. But no, don't cover it.
So where's our next shortfall besides the insurance?
The insurance was $2 million off, of which I didn't know what the distribution.
But for the record, that the whole 2 million is not.
Not all current
so that is
expense.
And they may have already put that in the budget because they would have had to pay it the previous year, so they could have already calculated it. We just didn't calculate it in current expense.
Right, let's just let the entities pay their amount, correct amount.
They're going back to figure out what happened. They're still trying to figure that out.
Right, but the next thing is, as soon as you see, if you paid it for them this year, then we could have potentially the next problem for 26. Is they'll say, oh, we only paid this amount, and then all of a sudden we continue to compound the mistake. They need to see it in their budget, the updated amount.
But we should have, I know they paid, they were supposed to pay their portion when we kind of did the prepayment in 2023. So they would have had those numbers, and I don't think they had any big accounting changes like we did, so they should be renew and Public Works, they're aware of what they're.
So charge the budgets the correct amount so they have a history of the correct growth of their expenses. Not to mislead them to showing a incorrect number.
Where else are we short?
So, well, so far as all I'm aware of is the property taxes and the insurance. Insurance on the expense side, property tax on the revenue side. And then I don't know how big the refunds are for BTA. One of them covers 4 years in the past. And the other one at least 2 years.
These are the ones that were back in 2016.
Yeah, one of them, he told me, was 16, 17. And that's the thing is, that's the next thing is, I just learned today, well, I knew there was a problem with state assessed utilities. What I wasn't aware is there was no fix. That the districts have to pay, the state assessed utilities have to pay the wrong amount, and there's no fix to it. So, which was never told me. I just learned that from the assessor's office today, that they'll just have to adjust it next year. So you tell your customers, we're gonna overcharge you this year and we'll adjust it next year.
So we're looking at $4 million shortfall, $4 million.
Mm-hmm.
What did we?
And that was the thing is
Did we have 18 million in reserve? Or did we drop it down to 12?
No.
I don't think we dropped it down to 12.
No, you're trying to drop it down to 21.
Okay.
But then you're moving money to other places this year to get it down below the cap. That I don't know where you're putting it at, and maybe you don't want to do it. If you're moving money down to the cap, because we're targeting a certain carryover balance to have by the end of the year, and not to take another 4 million hit to it.
What's that cap supposed to be?
I'll have to relook at the number. I believe it's 24 million.
of operating expense. We're gonna be a little.
So then I've started working on comparing the Melissa's spreadsheet to mine on the TIF. And she is saying we're missing parcels. What she didn't say was we're missing parcels that are now deleted because of plats and boundary line adjustments. So I was thinking missing parcels. It's a big difference being missing deleted parcels just for data purposes. So the parcels we have are the parcels we have in the current.
And that's the 479?
478, I believe. Right, so I'm having to do it. And also, I don't know if she ever got an opinion from state DOR that I asked for and never got response to on the ones that were in current use beginning on the day one of last year. If the fair market is used or of those parcels or the current use value. Looks like she's using current use value. So I'm trying to figure out all our differences to try to figure out how she got to negative 300,000. That just doesn't make sense. And so I still haven't figured out how she is only that difference in a negative tax increment. I believe we have a meeting this week with the port.
Yeah, that's what she said, that you guys were all gonna meet together.
So I'm still working on making comparisons to her sheet and seeing what the difference are and trying to have each one be equal. And then I'm just working on the parcel numbers first, and then after I get those, then I can work on the rest of the other differences to try to figure out why she got this number versus what I have. So, okay, so then regarding property taxes, the assessments are still causing us problems. The instructions do not have a place to tell you when to do assessments. And we did it at the time we thought we did it last year, but it did not work. And then I just learned half hour ago that somehow our website is showing taxes on it for 25 that are not correct because they don't have the assessment numbers on. So I immediately asked PAX, we already had this shut down. Why did it come up? So I asked them to take it down again because we don't want to show bad numbers. So we'll see what happens. But I had title company say, hey, your numbers are up. I said, no, they're not. They're not supposed to be because they're not correct. And so we're getting really close to when PAX provides a solution to be able to put them together. Then we'll activate the website to show the correct number. Then we have to send the file to Master's Touch, which takes around 10 days before statements are mailed out. We'll do a release to the website before that, at least a week ahead of that. And so people, if they really need to know, then they can go to the website and see their number. We want it to be the correct number. Never had so much fun with PAX, all these problems. Especially a website that all the users from nationwide hate. And they keep saying they're going to fix it in 5 years. That was 10 years ago. Also trying to work on getting a users meeting for PAX. They somehow have a meeting with the assessors in April that the assessors didn't mention to the treasurers. And we didn't get invited to.
Yeah, shouldn't you both be in that meeting?
But
Shouldn't you both be in that meeting?
that's what we assumed. But the Assessor's Office Association of PAX decided that they didn't want us there, even though we're having just as many problems. So I guess we'd probably take up too much of the PAX's time.
Well, the problem is what they do comes to
I know,
you
see,
after that.
that's the thing is that, you know, it's just like the person we have in there. She looks at is at the end of her, what if her side's done, it doesn't matter what happens on my side. And that's the whole point is, while she's doing all that, the end result is what is important. And you got to have the end result be correct. But that's not a priority.
Got it
So-
all together, that's,
We got our statements out, and money's remitted today to all the districts. We got annual report we gotta start working on. And we have, and I just had a 16 parcel BLA to work on and manually do the paperwork for
Where
a,
was it at?
Battery Orchard Tracks it's owned by Beeman and Hendricks. Gordon Beeman, who's deceased, and David Hendricks and others.
oh, okay.
It's a whole section of, whole bunch of parcels all together. And they took all 16 parcels and created 3.
Oh, you're talking about down on West Broadway.
I think we're down there, yes, it looks like.
Not Burris, but,
Mhm.
Chenerla and Barbara Street.
I'm amazed that city is allowing them to do a boundary adjustment and not a plat, because now it's 3 meets and bounds properties, larger parcels, but I thought the city had a policy, is if you want to build on it, you're gonna have to plat it. They don't allow building on meets and bounds descriptions.
I don't know why they don't just,
And so then the question is why'd you go through the BLA and not just go straight to doing the plat? Because they're also selling it, and so I guess they're passing the cost on to the next person to put it in a plat. But then if it's not in a plat and it's meets and bounds descriptions, you're not gonna get as good a sale price. It's not platted.
I don't think Dave cares.
Mhm.
I think it's just ready to be done with it.
Yeah, it was a probably unusual partnership on this.
Yeah. He's my neighbor, so.
Okay. So, yeah, it has to deal with that, with getting all the numbers. There's over $12,000 they had to pay before we process the deed. So that's about, any questions for me?
No.
Oh.
Do you remember, yes, do you remember when we got the ARPA funds? It was transferred. Do you have any paperwork or documentation that was transferred? I think we signed something for the federal treasury.
All I'm
Or am I
involved
really-
with is you
really-
creating the fund.
Okay.
And we depositing the money into the fund, in which there is more than one deposit. There are 2 deposits, and then you have the ARPA PILT, which is 3rd deposit into a different fund.
Looking for the contract.
But yeah, I'm not involved in reviewing and signing the contract. Did the prosecuting attorney's office review it?
I think.
We're looking for it, so Carrie might be, if Carrie's, we can ask Carrie.
Okay,
Cindy, I did forward it to accounting, and that was exactly what they were looking for, so we're good to go.
all right, well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Daryl.
Yeah, hopefully, we're gonna have a lot of things available this week, finally. So,
Hey, fingers crossed.
you know,
Thank you, Daryl. As Daryl is exiting the room, we have Susie from Newcomb. She's joining us for her update. Okay.
You gonna stay?
No, she said I was exiting the room.
Oh.
And
Well,
me
you were
and my
walking
client,
I just
by
assumed,
itself
sorry, I
decided to-
assumed Daryl was exiting the room, but he chose to stay.
You never tell me. You're gonna force me to leave this room.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Daryl.
Hey, Daryl is in the room.
Commissioners, Rob is on. He is just an attendee. He declined to be a panelist, so you know.
Thank you, ma'am.
I know. If I have to pause sometimes, like I know it's from Danny.
I might need one for me.
Susie, I can scratch my name out here and put your name right.
No thanks, I don't wanna sit in that seat. Okay, I'll leave one here for him too. Okay, so federal funding updates that I have in the moment, and this truly is just what we know in the moment. And that's the bigger set of papers I gave you that's all clipped together. I'll kind of walk you through it. If you look at the one that's holding everything, the biggest piece of paper, that's my forecast for the green is what I'm currently operating in until June. And then the purple is what I'm looking at for July 1 on. And we can go down kind of an example of how this rolls. The very first line is our domestic violence shelter grant that we have with DSHS. So it's made up of federal funds and state funds. It's a formula. And you can see that the state dollars are about the same from the current year to next year. The federal VOCA dollars are taking a huge hit. We knew they were going to take about a 50% hit. And then our other federal dollars is a different pot of money with the feds. It's the FIPSA fund, the Family Violence and Prevention Act. So what it looks like for my domestic violence program is a hit of about 21% at the moment. The next example that I have for you is the second sheet. It's this one. It's blue and white with a circle. So if we look at that one, you go down about line 4 on my big spreadsheet there, and it's a pretty big hit. $115,000 currently to $75,000 predicted for next year, a reduction of 34%. The way this allocation works, and it's so clear when you look at a big county, like, let me see, King County, where are they?
Why does the prosecutors like Yakima get it? Are they running their program?
They're running their Children's Advocacy Center, like Kids Hope. They're running it through the prosecutor's office. But if you look at a big county like Dawson Place, it's a couple rows up above me. They're taking a $204,000 cut this year. Now that's because this formula is made up of mostly VOCA funds that are going to be completely cut. So because we serve 2 counties in the formula, believe it or not, that's a blessing right now. It never has been in the finance department, because what they say for formulas across the board is you get a full base and you get half a base for serving an additional county, which never made sense to me. And I always kind of scoffed at that, thinking we should get 2 full bases. But at least now we're getting a base and a half, where some agencies are getting just their base. And then they do an addition to the base by the population of kids in that county. So obviously King County has a huge population of children, and that added to their base. Well, that money is gone. And yeah, it's a huge hit. For us in Kids Hope, you see that our total for fiscal year 26 is $75,467, right? Our base and a half is $75,000. We're only getting $467 for the child population. That's it. So we're relying on our base. That's what we're getting.
Who is SARC?
SARC is from Tri-Cities.
Well, like Yakima, some of these are hit quite a bit.
Well, it's
like
because,
you said, like Dawson Place, they only want everybody to have like 75,000.
Right, if you're serving 1 county, you're getting 50,000 plus
okay.
the child population. If you're serving 2 counties, it's 75,000.
I'm sitting here looking at the numbers going, yikes.
I know. The Children's Advocacy Centers is taking a huge hit. Those are just 2 examples that I had to like really dive a little deeper than my big spreadsheet. But when you look at my overall spreadsheet, again, the big sheet, the green and the purple, my revenues go from 2.8 million down to 2.1. Overall, it's a hit of about 24% to my program. And of course, this is right now in the moment. We're still waiting for the state legislative session to end. Our bill asking for money to go into statute did not pass, but the governor, Inslee, had a proviso in there, and also the new governor has a proviso in there, and we're fighting for that. Word is it's going to happen. So these cuts won't be as big, but we're not going to know that till the governor's budget is done, which could be what, May? The end of April, 1st of May. And if they go into extended session,
Sometimes it happens.
it's very, very unsettling and trying to plan for what we know. Our state agencies are looking at, we're not gonna probably require, if these cuts go into effect, we're probably not gonna require as much as we have in the past. And for us, that would be like 24/7 hotline. Maybe, I don't know what I would cut. Support groups, prevention programs, do whatever I can to keep staff, of course. Cut training.
We've added a house sitter or two, but I feel like, to stay at the shelter. I don't know if you still have somebody, but I feel like that is a huge help having somebody there.
Yeah, our shelter advocate is there most of her 40 hours.
Okay.
But she's
Okay,
also
not a house sitter. I was just thinking of the house sitter.
We used to, right? We used to have somebody there, two staff that shared that. We don't do that anymore. People who are in shelter are grown-ups and can figure it out. They need a lot of staff support, but they don't need somebody in the house 24/7. So yeah, I mean, we probably would pull that position back more to do more advocacy at the office, or if the shelter's full, do advocacy there. Makes a lot of sense. So this is honestly worst case scenario, and I needed to share it with you because I don't know what July is going to look like yet. And yeah, a few sleepless nights. So that's the update. I would really prefer if you would, I guess I should have asked Barb if we have anybody online.
Rob has joined us. Barb, do we have any other callers?
We do. We have 3 call-in users.
Okay. I mean, these are right now projections. They are not hard and fast. But again, I can't turn a blind eye to this, and I need to be thinking about the future. So I will be spending a lot of my time the rest of this month and first parts of April doing advocacy for funding and meeting with other directors across the state so we can plan our waivers if in fact we need to cut some sort of services and be like with permission out of compliance with a grant. I submitted for consent tomorrow our policies and procedures for Kids Help. We're up for our accreditation later this year. And when I submitted that document, it was the policies and procedures and the approval page that looks like this, you guys always get. And then what didn't come through in the scanned document were all the addendum parts to the policies and procedures, which actually need some signatures too. So I prepared this hard copy. Would you like me to give this to Caitlin so she can bring it to you tomorrow for consent of the one I need signatures on? And I've labeled it. Hopefully it's really clear.
Yeah, I would bring it upstairs. I don't see her agenda down here.
Yeah, it's not down here.
I'll go talk to her about that, but I apologize.
She's not here yet, but you can give it to Barb.
Okay, perfect.
Hey, I'm here. I'm here. I heard it. I'll be waiting for it.
Hi, Caitlin. Yeah, there are a couple of things in the addendum that actually, for accreditation, when I read the small print, need you all to sign off on specifically, like our strategic plan and our succession plan, just typical documents that go along with the policies and procedures, but they want specific, like signing off on those, so.
We can do that.
We have our big Child Abuse Prevention Month event. It's being held out at the Huck Fuller Building on April 9th. So here's a flyer. I'd like to invite you. Commissioners came last year. You helped with arts and crafts and whatever. Greeted people. Cindy, I think you hung out with Abraham at the New Hope table. I remember Danny did some painting.
We gave away prizes.
And so there's a theme about being a hero. I have a couple superhero capes. I have a Superman and Batman, and then Valor's gonna also be dressed up. And then there's some giveaways for kids that are superhero themes too. So there's that. There's handing out food, the pizza and cake pops that'll be there. and being in charge of the raffle tickets that kids get as they visit different booths. And the whole community, like community health and schools and Boys and Girls Club, a bunch of different folks are gonna be there with their own tables. And when a kid visits that table and participates, they get a ticket. And we have really cool prizes, like a Switch and
Nintendo.
really cool stuff.
So be there at 2:30?
Yeah, if you could be there at 2:30 on April 9th and hang out. Hi, I'm echoing. And then I just love to give you a job if you would sign up for one. And who wants Superman? Who wants Batman? The only other thing that I have in my last couple minutes here is, Commissioner Bridges, I've got to schedule orientation with you for our accreditation.
You just tell me when, any days, but Mondays and Tuesdays.
Any day but Monday or Tuesday. And like maybe morning be better, just in Moses Lake to pop on down, or
Afternoon,
afternoon?
yeah.
Okay.
I usually come over in the morning and then I'm back over there in the afternoon, so.
Okay, would you like me to email you directly or email? Yeah, okay, I'll do that and we'll get something set up for that. I have 90 days or something, so the end of March I have to have it done. Okay, that's all I have. Do you have any questions for me?
Make sure I get this on my calendar.
Yeah, April 9th.
When you had said earlier that you would stop certain things, and you said prevention, what does that mean?
So some of the prevention work that we do in the schools, we would stop doing that. I mean, it breaks my heart because I really feel like if we're gonna make the world a less violent place, we have to go upstream and we have to prevent before it ever happens. And what else is true? We've got people in crisis who need intervention. And when we're down staff and we're getting bombarded. I mean, the other handout that I had in there was our stats of what we're doing, and we're doing nothing but blowing up and increasing in services. So it's going to be an interesting year. I also was going to inform you, you signed a leave slip for me the full week of June 30th, and I only need the 30th off instead of through the 3rd of July. So do you want me to update this?
Yeah, probably.
You're the one who signed it in Spanish, and I'll take it upstairs to Caitlin. Do you guys have any questions for me? Yeah, this one on the back, the little chart up at the top, it shows all the stats of how we've grown.
Susie, I see your email with the addendum to the policies. So you don't need to bring up the hard copy. I can just get it from here. If you just want to leave the hard copy just down in the hearing room at that clerk's desk, I can add it to the packet.
Okay, I got it all labeled for you too.
Thank you.
So Susie, what are general crimes? Is that like
It's like
anything, just,
homicide, we help with
okay.
homicide, secondary victims, obviously. Theft, a lot of anti-harassment orders.
A lot.
A lot. If you can, a lot.
Yeah, no, 160% increase.
Our services are blowing up and our funding is blowing down. All right. Spreading joy everywhere I go.
I have a nice folder.
Thank you, Susie.
All right, it is 2:31, and we are here with Kim Allen in the clerk's office for Board update.
Hello.
What kind of exciting information did you bring us today? Budget excess, employees coming out of your ears?
Is that what you're hearing from everybody else?
No, the opposite.
We were hoping you're gonna switch it up for us.
Actually, Rob, were you here?
Yeah, I listened to that.
To Daryl?
I don't disagree, Cindy, about the fact that it should come out of those funds. I have an issue with the air and the fact that we care more about an employee wearing a hat in the meeting than we care about the air. That's my,
We care more about a hat?
yes.
What are you talking about, a
I
hat?
can go further into that later, but that's my issue is I feel like this air, we all knew the amount. The amount was never in question during the entire budget. You
Oh,
brought the amount back.
Error, not air. I thought you
Yeah,
were
the
saying
air.
air.
No, we knew the whole
Error.
time. That's my issue. Is I have an issue with the fact that we knew what the amounts were, they were put in incorrectly. That's my issue. And it's going to create a problem. And I think that there's more problems to come. And I think that we're just not handling it and we're not looking at it close enough. And that's my issue. Not with you, but yes, I did hear that.
Okay,
Luckily,
I wasn't sure you saw that, hear
no,
that.
I didn't get promoted for some reason. Barb's computer's having issues.
Okay.
And I thought this is probably best that I don't get promoted because I was,
You're gonna say something you didn't.
yeah, I didn't need to say or say it in the wrong way, so.
I typically do not have my phone with me at meetings, but my dad is in the hospital right now, so if my mom calls with a doctor at hand, I'm gonna
Is he local?
scoot out. No, he's in Arizona
Oh, that sucks.
right now, so waiting to
That makes it even tougher.
find out what's gonna happen, so.
You better be getting on a plane and heading down there, just take care of things, Kim.
It's hard not being hands-on. So,
Well, you can either be hands-on there or you can be hands-on here, which is more important.
yeah, I know.
This will still be here.
Well,
Keep that
That's
in mind.
true, that's true, your parents weren't always.
Right.
we'll see. They're still trying to figure things out, so I might be getting out of here, but right now I'm just in a wait and see mode, so. But I really don't have anything to report. Cheryl said just tell everyone hello. She got to fill in for me last time, but we're kind of plugging along. I have to back Susie up on the number of cases that we're seeing. I mean, our anti-harassments and DV numbers are just skyrocketing. So, I mean, we have basically one person and then some dedicated to processing those.
Out of how many that process?
Well, so we have one person that is specifically assigned. I mean, we have to have at least one person a day on those to keep up with them. But then we have other people in the office that can do them. So if she's out or if we're just having a really big day, sometimes we divvy them out, between staff, but at least one full person doing them now. And we have never had to do that before. But it's one of those things too, where it's kind of hit and miss. One day you might have 10 brand new ones come in and then the next day you don't have any. Or you might get 2 or 3 every day of the week. It's just, you just can't outguess it.
What's down?
Down?
Yeah,
What do you mean
if you're
down?
processing a lot of DV and stuff, what's down?
Like case-wise?
Yeah. Obviously there's not a lot of drug cases anymore.
Yeah, criminal is down. Juvenile is down just because everything seems to be getting
decriminalized. Um, Civil, domestic, probates, those all seem to be plugging away. Haven't looked, I get a caseload report every month from the Administrative Office of the Courts, and I do keep track of just the number of cases filed in each case type, just because I kind of like to look at that every once in a while. And I haven't done a comparison year to year on that lately. We were kind of looking at those numbers more coming out of COVID to see, how COVID affected those case filings. But I haven't looked at that recently. I could, now that we have all of 2024's numbers in, I can do a comparison just to see what that looks like, but we were starting to ramp back up, so, but criminal and juvenile were still down. I don't think that the crime is down. I
No,
just
it
think that
doesn't
the
seem to
charges
be.
are down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just my own personal feeling.
I mean, there's theft with a gun and they get released same day.
It's interesting to watch the, every day we get a report from the prosecutor's office via they get it from the jail of who was arrested and what the potential charges are. And however that works on the jail side, it'll say like felony or misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor, what they think those charges are. And then interesting to see the emails from the prosecutor's office later saying, oh, this person's being released, or this person's being kicked down to district court, or what have you. It's kind of an interesting thing to watch how those bounce down or away.
So the police departments, they put the charges on them, and then it goes to the prosecutor, then the prosecutor decides if they get amended or changed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and he has said in here that they're not prosecuting all things, being shorthanded. So it's just, that's where I guess my interest of what is and what isn't.
Mm-hmm.
I saw one last week or the week before where it was theft and illegal firearm and stuff, and they released same day. And I messaged Joey because I just thought, are you like, really? Theft with an illegal firearm is a release?
Yeah.
It didn't have anything to do with the sheriff's office.
I'm sure they're equally as frustrated.
Well, and sometimes it'll, they might release them and do further investigation. It doesn't mean that they never will get charged, but for something like that, you would think that would happen right away. So, yeah. And during COVID, the prosecutor's office wasn't filing. They were just filing the worst of the worst. And all the rest of those were getting stacked up somewhere. And I've been curious if those have come out of the closet or wherever they got squirreled away to. Did anybody go back and
I didn't know that some people, because I knew people that had gotten in trouble, MIPs or DUIs or whatever, during COVID, and they went a long time, and then I saw them in the hallways. They're like, yeah, finally. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what happened at district court. Maybe they carried on the same. I don't know. But I think the Superior Court cases, they were only charging the bad ones. So Yeah, I feel for prosecutor's office and public defense, the attorney situation, that's not easy. Definitely makes a bad situation get worse. Just working everybody that you do have that much harder, so. Yeah. But knock on wood, we're plugging away, holding steady.
So with less cases, will that lessen your office's work?
Yes and no. It kind of depends on what they are. The DV and harassment cases, they take a lot of time. So it's just time, and somebody in my office investing time to get all of those ready for judges for the most part to look at. So it kind of evens out in the end, probably. I've got to start looking at what we're gonna do once the new jail is across town. I mean, ultimately, yes, I'll end up with the paperwork, but the process of it all is a lot more involved with the attorneys and the judges. So we had one meeting to kind of talk about that, but it was very early stages, and I still don't think most of us know how that is going to look on the jail end, like what the jail will and won't be able to provide to us. So I think we probably need to have another one of those meetings.
Yeah, our last one's been at least a year. Wasn't it last winter? Maybe early spring.
I can't remember when that was.
It was like a long time ago.
Desiree and I had talked about, maybe putting our heads together and seeing if we could maybe come up with something that we could both be agreeable to doing. I bounced that off of her, I don't know, it's probably been a good month ago, and she was super busy at that point. So we haven't really talked about that yet, but jail's gonna be here before we know it. So I need to.
Only like a year, a little bit out.
Yeah, really need to start looking at that, because obviously budget will come into play on that. If we need new software or something to make that all work. So.
Well, it is 2:45. You've made it through your time.
Okay. Thanks to Susie.
Yeah.
She filled a couple minutes for me.
Caitlin, are you running this next one, or what is
It's
this one?
me. It's me.
Okay, I'm like, I guess I can just say what I know.
No, it's me.
Hold
And
on.
Tony. Tony's here also.
Is he online? Yep.
Yes.
Did you have any questions for me?
No. Any questions for Kim?
No.
No, thank
No.
you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, it is 2:46, and we'll roll into the Homeless Housing Task Force update with Caitlin and Tony.
So we had a homeless housing task force meeting last week, but there was not a quorum there. So Tony was originally planning on volunteering to be the chair, and then we did not have enough people there to actually take a vote. We did end up getting an update from Carrie, just talking about grants, a quick update about that. We got an update from Hope Source. with,
She was on? Or
yes,
he was?
she,
Okay.
Brittany. She gave us just a little rundown of what they do and what services they provide, which was very beneficial for me.
Did you have the new person from Renew?
Yes, she was online.
You did not have the new person from Health District?
The health district sent an
We have to
alternate
appoint
for
new
their
people.
alternate. So that's part of what we needed to talk about today. We just need a little bit of guidance because the last few meetings, I know one of them was a work session, but there's not been a quorum in attendance for the last few meetings. And I did do a little bit of digging just for like the requirements for the task force. And technically we don't have to have like chair, vice chair, that sort of stuff. The RCW just has guidelines that says membership may include representatives. The one that is a pretty constant thing is the lived experience.
Yeah, he only attended one meeting.
Yep. But I did an Ask MRSC also just for some more information. And it says that task force, it's really, we get together, they get together to discuss the 5-year plan. So I guess my number one question is, are you wanting to keep this as like a quorum, like an official
Oh, so you're
committee?
saying like the housing task force could be unofficial, or does it need a quorum?
Yes, you don't have
It
to.
only needs a quorum on the 5-year plan updates?
Even then, from what I gather, you don't have to take votes. You don't need a chair. You don't need a vice chair. Ask MRSC said they see no legal requirements related to creating a task force's administration. Says, while not legally required, procedural rules are advised or whatever, but.
It's tough because after the work session, everyone wanted more meetings. So if you have people wanting more meetings, obviously the easy way out would be just meet when you're doing the update, but it doesn't seem like that's what they wanted. And I think it's good to keep that communication between Housing Authority, Hope Source, New Hope, and other players. So, but knowing that we don't have to run it as an official meeting, we just need to know what updates we give or get monthly. But we're
So I
doing.
had to have it because RCW, you needed for the 2160 funding is why it was established, not for the.
Yeah.
So I had originally invited Carrie so that way she could maybe give a little insight from the funding portion of it. She's out sick, so unfortunately, I don't have
I
much.
thought we had to have quarterly meetings.
All the information that I had found had just said that they would meet to make decisions about the 5-year plan or give input about the 5-year plan. And Carrie's part of this home-based technical assistance thing. I think Tony is part of those too. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But the home base just had required partners. And so that's the, county representative, largest city, lived experience. And then if feasible, a representative of a private nonprofit with experience in low-income housing. And so those are the only 4 that they said required partners. And then the following must be invited to participate in the development of the local plan. And that's where you get into like the more, representative of behavioral health.
And that's what we have for all of them.
Yes.
I kind of like how it is. If everyone's going to communicate, talk to each other, and spread the messages of what's being offered. I mean, the task force doesn't necessarily act, right? They're not providing, but they are creating communication. So I think the direction it's going right now is probably best, knowing that you don't need a quorum to operate.
Do you still want like a chair and a vice chair though? Because that is the kicker is.
What I want is if a commissioner is not present, that the meeting can take place. I mean, I think that's important for any boards that we're in.
Well, it says RCW 43-185C.
160.
505 requires each county to establish a local homeless task force. So, and it says basically to address the short-term and long-term housing for homeless persons, and I believe that's tied to the 2160, we looked it up earlier, because we used to have a 10-year plan, and they've reduced that to 5-year.
Yeah, the 5 is required for the funding.
But it used to be 10 years, so I believe.
So,
Yeah, I don't think a commissioner has to be there unless they're the chair, but you, if you were gonna vote on something, you have to have a quorum.
Which majority of meetings, there's not any voting. So I would say we don't necessarily have to have a chair or a vice chair.
Yeah, vote will be the recommendation of the county commissioners for the division of the funding, like New Hope gets a portion of it. Housing Authority.
Housing Authority.
is that something a task force
That's
makes
their duty.
recommendations on?
So in the past, yeah, we haven't been doing it. It's just kind of been what it's been. So.
I thought we had a 10-year plan at one time. It feels like it's been 10 years.
Then, on that note, all of the appointments are expired for the Homeless Housing Task Force.
Which we need to re-look at some of them.
The bylaws currently have, like, certain seats have alternates, but
Cities have alternates.
cities have alternates.
We need to create
and-
alternates for the organizations.
So is that something that you are wanting, like just you and I
Yeah,
and
we
Tony
can-
work on that?
Yeah,
We
even
want-
if it's just you and I, just send those emails out. Renew has a new person. Our health district had a new person because it was Teresa, and Teresa
Well, so-
doesn't have time.
Apparently Teresa is still wanting to be on the task force, but wants Mariah to be an alternate. But then at this last meeting, they sent Maria, who is apparently an alternate for their alternate. And
I think just a representative from there is good enough. I mean, if they're working on their team that's helping for these situations, then I would just say that's fine. Maria's management, isn't she?
I'm not sure.
But yeah, I would say those, but we probably need the base to be a little more solid than that.
What do you just put it out there for people to sign up to be on the task force? Or?
So that's something that you can do. We can do kind of like what we did with LTAC if you want, where we can make each organization or whoever apply, fill out an application. So City of Moses Lake would have to have somebody fill out an application to be appointed. That's something that we can do.
What we did before was we had a list of basically things to fill. So we had a veterans representative who was Tony. We had a health district who was Teresa. We had a renew who was Diana. We had kind of like a lived experience, which Noki filled. We had a large city, which was Deanna, and then
Dawn was the alternate.
and then we had a small city who was City of Warden. But now he doesn't work in the area anymore. He works in Pasco or Kennewick or something, so he's not really going to be involved. So we just have some spots that we just need to renew. And they came to maybe a meeting, but at the time we were almost going through the motion just to have our quarterly meetings. Now members are wanting to be a little more involved, get more information, and help connect people better. So I want to support that. And New Hope is coming, Housing Authority is coming, Hope Source is coming. So it's more of a roundtable, and then working on the new coordinated entry ideas that we've been kicking around since I came in. I feel like those things can actually happen if we're meeting monthly with all the people that are meeting currently. So I think it's good overall. But we need a new lived homeless experience person and a small county representative or a small city.
So if you want, that's something we could do
Yeah, let's
press
work.
release, put
Yeah,
it
I
out.
would, yeah, I would say do a press release on those empty spots. The small city, I think we reach out to cities instead. Most is like current council, you're not gonna get any change of the members. Jail is represented by Chuck. Chuck will send an alternate once in a while. Renew has a new person, probably just get an alternate name. So, yeah. Is there any other?
No.
Item for them? So yeah, just get the new letters out, see if they want to do it. And then post for the empty lived homeless experience. I'd post that one. Since we haven't had any luck on getting people to come. Noki's with Oxford House now.
And then with that, one of the guidelines, home base says it, and the Ask MRSC brought it up too. Local government must offer compensation to individuals who qualify as low income or have experienced homelessness and participate in the development of the local plan. Is that something that we do currently? I am just not aware of. Okay.
No. I mean, no.
So do you know, would that just be like with the BOE, we would just have them fill out, like be an employee and pay
I'm
them
not
hourly,
sure.
or?
I mean, if they do their meetings remotely, would they have a cost?
Well, I mean, I guess it would be like if, you know, BOE, if they just logged on and attended through Zoom, wouldn't it? They would still be, like, you would still get compensated for the portion of time that you were here?
Yeah, for BOE we did, yeah.
I think it's just a set fee, like
But I don't recall any of us doing it that way. We were always usually in the office.
I would ask legal on that one.
Okay, well, that is what I had.
Okay, well, thank you. Any questions
you.
for Caitlin?
Thanks,
Before I leave. Thank you.
Thanks, Caitlin. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Tony.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good afternoon. It is 3 p.m. and we are here for a Superior Court update with Crystal Burns.
Hello.
Hello.
How is everyone?
Great.
Great.
Good.
How's your day?
It's good.
It's a good Monday.
Yes. Mondays are always busy. So I don't have much of an update. We're super busy right now. We've been doing jury trials back to back. We just found out we're going to have another one this week. So that's keeping us on our toes. Kevin, you got lucky not having to serve on jury duty for your 2 dates in February, because I think we've had a trial every other week besides that.
Yeah.
So that's, yes, that's keeping us very busy.
What are your trials?
Right now, we've been doing some burglary, theft trials. Before that, we were doing a lot of rape trials back to back to back. So it all just depends on what they call ready each week. So I think the case that's going this week is a rape trial. That's what we're doing. So not fun stuff.
Can you find out on Monday?
Monday. Mm-hmm.
And that comes from the prosecutor's office?
So we do our criminal docket on Mondays and Tuesdays. So it's called a readiness hearing for trials that will start on Wednesday. We call those on Monday. So it's pretty quick turnaround. So the prosecutor and the public defender both have to say if they're ready for trial to start Wednesday. So, yep. So potentially we do a criminal trial every week.
And the judge is chosen just at random, or?
No, we do something called a trial run. So it's something that's produced by Superior Court. And it's a list of trials that are all set for that week, and then they go by outside date. So they have 30 days if they're in custody, or if they're out of custody, it's 60 days is their outside date. So we have to have trial within that amount of time unless it gets continued for good cause. So.
Is it hard to get jurors?
I don't think so. No. Mm-mm.
What's a juror get paid?
$10 a day.
Per day?
Mm-hmm. They do get their
Plus
mileage. Yes. Which mileage is pretty high right now, but $10 a day doesn't go very far.
No. And how do you get out of doing jury duty?
Well.
Not to say like, I mean, like
Are you asking
no,
for
if somebody
personal
has a
reasons?
job,
Well,
I mean, I don't need to know how.
Mm-hmm. There's different
I just was
criteria.
curious. I mean, $10 doesn't
know.
pay a rent.
Mm-hmm. Yes. It's really difficult because even for people that have jobs that don't get paid for jury duty, we
some
still
do.
make them, oh, yes, some do, but they still have to come in on the first day of trial and ask the judge to be excused. And it has to put on, it's called a hardship, because they're not getting paid for jury duties, so they have to sit in on the first day of jury selection, and then the judge will decide to excuse them or not for hardship if they're not paid. So. It normally takes us about a half day or so to select a jury, go through all the hardships and something also called cause. If you know somebody that's a part of the trial or whatnot, you'd be excused for cause. So it's an interesting process. Have you ever served on jury duty? No. Any of you? Oh, you have? In Superior Court or District?
Superior Court.
Okay.
After juror number 2, everyone probably wants to serve on the jury.
Mm-hmm. I think it'd be interesting. I would like to see that side of it.
You would not be able to?
I could in District Court. Superior Court, I have access to all this stuff, so I don't think they would choose me.
I was going through the lineup, I
Yeah.
guess, in District Court, and they just came in the back room and asked me to leave, so I'm like, I will. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Other than that, we hired our bailiff judicial assistant that will start next Monday.
Who's your bailiff?
His name is Jeff Ames. So he'll start Monday. So we're looking forward to having him.
Local person.
Moses Lake. Mm-hmm. So that will be good, especially with all these trials we're having right now. Be nice to have a full-time person with us.
Now you just need some more attorneys, right?
That we do. Mm-hmm. Those are few and far between anymore.
I have to entice the old ones to come back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Come out of retirement.
I don't see that happening.
I think they get burnt out.
Yeah, they might have recovered.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Other than that, that's all I have for this week.
I'm trying to think of anything good, but I don't have anything. Kevin, do you have
Can't think of
anything?
anything good either.
Cindy, anything?
No.
Oh, look at you getting out of here.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
Monday.
Yes, you too. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go and recess until 3:15 when we are back with District Court. Good afternoon, it's 3:16 p.m. and we are here for a weekly District Court update. Good afternoon, Desiree.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
How you doing?
Good, how about you?
Great.
Hanging in there?
Yeah, what's new?
Any updates on the security grant? That's probably
No.
gonna just be on my question for a while.
Haven't heard actually anything about it
Okay.
for a couple weeks.
Sounds good.
Have you heard anything about it?
Tom mentioned something about that he wasn't waiting on the sheriff anymore. Do what next? I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah,
So, and he did mention that that some of the grant people maybe reached out to him, so I'm not real sure about that either. But I can request a meeting with him too, or invite him to our next update maybe.
and the issue that we have with the bridge and the courthouse security grant funding is if they get cut from the budget, we won't be receiving them based on the cuts.
right? I could
Because
see that being a thing.
the bridge is an actual concern for that. Because the federal cuts will impact
Right.
those two. So.
Yeah.
Ideally, it would have moved a little quicker.
Ideally. But okay, so maybe next week I'll see about inviting him if that's okay, and we can all at least get on the same page. Maybe once a month I'll try to invite him and we could just get on the same page. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, once it starts moving, you wouldn't
Right.
just be on the page.
Hopefully. We every year, as part of our community court contract with the administrative office of the courts, is a reevaluation after quarter two of spending. So courts who are spending, less than 50%, may have funds reallocated to courts that are sitting at over 50%. We were sitting at that over 50%, and they were able to reallocate additional funds to our community court in the amount of $22,500. I got the official documentation for that today, so I'll send that to you guys. And I'm not planning on doing amending my budget yet unless we actually get to where we're using those funds, because it's hard to tell if we're going to actually utilize them or not. And then we haven't had any official word from AOC, but it sounds like the funding will continue for the next fiscal year, so July 1st to June 30th of 2026. We just don't know what that funding amount is, but we still have ARPA funds to make up a gap if there is one, for this year anyways. So that's that. And then randomly, I don't know if you guys care or not, we use Shred-it for our shredding of our confidential documents. I know other offices and departments use Shred-it too. And historically, we've had some scheduling issues, some invoicing issues. I think, again, we're not the only office with that issue. But one thing that I've kind of always wondered is when they come and they service district court, they're servicing other people, and we're all paying a stop charge. So how many stop charges is the county paying for one stop? I don't know if maybe this is something that would be worth looking to see if we all transfer that portion of our budget to to central services or something like we did with language line maybe. But it just kind of seems unreasonable that we're all getting charged the same thing. And then most recently, our stop date was on the holiday, the February holiday. And historically, they just come the next business day. They didn't do that, so we called to inquire if they were coming, and we were informed that we had to call them to schedule an alternate day, which has not been past practice for the 12 years that I've been here. So we did not do that. And then today we got a bill from them for the destination stop charge for coming here on a date that we were closed. So I went back and reviewed the video footage, and they never came. So I don't know if other departments are going to get the same bill for them coming on a date that we were closed when they never actually came, but I wanted you all to be aware. We do plan on calling them and disputing it, obviously. I'm trying to download the video for historic purposes in case they want to see it, but it's large. It's not wanting me to download a whole day worth of footage, so I might have to work with TS on that, but that's all I have. Nothing terribly exciting. Anything from you?
So you think there's more than one of us that gets charged that stop charge?
Mm-hmm. I'd be willing to bet that every office that is using Shred-it is probably seeing the same thing. Accounting may be able to tell us.
How much is it per?
It's $10 a month.
So it starts adding up?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, if they're here for one person, they shouldn't be charging us for 5.
I agree.
Charging us for one.
And I understand they're different locations, but they're all in the same building. I mean, just us alone, they're picking up a bin from the first floor and the third floor, and it's just the one stop charge. I don't know why that would be any different for coming to your office or, assessors or anyone else.
That makes more sense. So they come
So I
and
don't know.
pick, they actually come and pick your stuff up.
Yeah, we have like a 64-gallon garbage can essentially
Right.
with a slot that we put the documents in. And then they come get the can, take it out and shred it. But
That makes more sense. If they didn't come, they shouldn't be charging us.
agreed. Yep. Anything,
No, if they come, do they charge you for each bin or how does that work?
it's just they do, but that's a separate
On
charge
top
from
of
the,
that's
yep,
shredding.
yep, that's actual professional services charge, and then this is just added on top of that. Which ironically, we also have, it's very strange to me, and I need to question them about it probably, but we have our Moses Lake site, and they go to our Moses Lake site once a month, and they do a 64-gallon container, and it's like $23.70 something. Just flat charge. They come to Ephrata, they do 2 bins. They charge $5 a bin and a $10 surcharge. So it's not very consistent billing within their own system. And I'm not really sure why that is, if it's just the different cities or what, but I'm planning on looking into that as well.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why accounting or the auditor's office doesn't use that service.
I want to say that so the other day I saw a company, a rig out there that was not them. Took a picture of it. And I called them to get a quote. It was way higher, but it sounds like maybe they hold the state contract to rise. And so I think some places use this to rise places also. But
She had like 10 boxes of stuff. Credit.
Got you. Yeah.
Go to the bin and fill it up every week and eventually be gone.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? How's it going out there?
It's good. It's busy. It's busy. Onboarding, we haven't onboarded this many people in a while, and it's a lot.
You have 3?
We have 4 and 2 more coming. So we're, yeah.
6, huh?
Wow.
Yeah.
How many people are actually been there a while so that they can train them?
So right now it's just our leads training. Any of my other seasoned people are in court and they can't train. So it's a little bit tougher than it has been normally. So the next 2 we're not starting until March 31st because we should finish training the ones that we're training now, at least one of the 2 by March 14th. And I'm hoping to give them a week of rest before we do it again. So we're looking at March 31st for the other 2. We have one has accepted the offer. The other one, we're still doing employment verification, and then we'll hopefully make an offer tomorrow. So it's going. I'm hoping a couple months from now, things will be
You're
much
lucky
better.
to be able to hire that many people that quickly, though.
Yeah. We had a couple good rounds of interviews, which is good. It's always interesting, though, how one person can apply multiple times and the way that they're evaluated is so different based on the people that they applied with, right? So we always try to give everyone a fresh look when we look through those. But I'm hoping that all the ones that we have work out. We'll see. It's a different job. It's not for everybody. We recognize that. So all we can do is hope for the best. Yeah. Anything from you guys? Good work. Just keep chugging along. Judges seem to be good.
You're lucky enough to have people that want to work there.
We do not have a shortage of applicants, which is good. I mean, it's not the 80 that we used to get pre-COVID, but we're still getting a lot, which is nice.
Although thinking that they want to work and then getting in there and seeing what that looks like can be very different. So we'll see. A little bit of the deer caught in the headlights syndrome when people start. Like, I warned you in the interview. I darn near try to scare people away these days just because it's such a shock factor when they come in. So I just prepare them for that.
What bands do they start out?
So we readjusted it with the last contract negotiation so that they start at a 6. They used to start at a 5. So they go 6, 7, 8 as a clerk 1, 2, and 3. I was trying to get HR to remove the scale from our listing because we hired a clerk 1, so they list the clerk 1 scale. But everyone sees that and wants more. They want higher up in the scale. And we have a pretty strict policy. We only start people at a 1 unless they have district court experience. Because I don't care how many offices you've worked in, you don't have relevant experience unless you've worked for another court. And so we have had people refuse offers because we won't go up the pay scale a little bit. But it's not really fair to the people who have been here if we do that. And I don't know how you make that discretionary call as to who gets it and who doesn't unless you have a pretty black and white line, which is why we say prior court experience. So I would like it to be posted at a step 1 so that people are very clear, like this is the starting pay. We don't negotiate it. This is what it is. And then if we happen to get one with prior district court experience, then of course we know that we can go up to a 3. But so far we have not been able to accomplish that. So we'll see. Might just start telling people in interviews, I don't know, or prior to scheduling, in the scheduling of the interview maybe. Because if they know that before they interview, then maybe we won't all have to waste our time doing the interview. So, because we see them in the interview, they'll ask if there's any wiggle room, and you could see the calculations in their head trying to figure out daycare and whether or not they can make it work, knowing that they can't get a higher salary. It's still better than it was. That's it. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Do you want a copy of this shredded invoice for any reason? No. Okay.
No.
And you're working with them though on that?
We're gonna call them. Yeah, we just got this today.
Okay. Well, have fun with it. I'm sure it's just, we always do this.
Oh, right.
Oversight.
Hi. Hi, Brett. Have a good day.
Really good, thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon. It is 3:30 p.m. and we are here for our public defense update with Brett Hill.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
What kind of good news did you bring today?
Well, you saw it last week, or I guess, yeah, last week. You signed a contract for a new contractor. She's getting cases this week. That's good.
Yeah.
I guess the good news is I don't know that there's any actual bad news.
That's good news.
That's pretty good news.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, other than that, maybe I have a question for you. Do we have a policy? I vaguely remember it being discussed about just remote employees, people working remote. Did we ever do a policy on that?
We left it up to, we have done for COVID. I think we have one. It's left up to the department heads.
Case by case kind of a basis, I
That
think.
we work remotely and some that don't. Prosecutor's office, they are hiring some remote attorneys.
I've been in on that discussion. I mean, I'm not talking really about attorneys, but except in fact, I think we're still hammering out that system. Because Gina didn't include a remote option on my salary. structure? I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
she
know how
needs
much.
to- She will, because it has to be comparable.
Right.
Or I guess
Well,
you can add
well,
that.
we did work everything out and kind of got everything just right with the attorney steps and that sort of thing, which was, it'll be nice, it'll be good. But she didn't add the remote level there,
Okay,
but
yeah, you
not
just want to remind me.
that I want to hire anybody that way, but
you
we
have to have
probably
it on
should
there.
have it on there. But I'll visit with them about that. Yeah, I'm not convinced that for the defense attorneys that that's a wise thing to do, but who knows, we might get in a spot where you kind of have to, I guess.
I'll make a note to try to remember to ask her.
Yeah. I'll ask her too. I'm still getting back to him. I haven't really responded that much. We got it late last week, the new schedule, and I haven't really responded to it. So we'll need to do that. Yeah, other than that, I don't know that I have much to report, unless you have a particular question. And I mean, we're feeling pretty good, I guess. Right now, next week that might be different.
Yeah, week by week. Well, enjoy your week then. That's what.
Anyway, yeah, other than that, we do have that question. I don't know if it's been brought up to you, but somebody at Department of Retirement Services has been poking around about our contractors thinking that they might be entitled to membership in DRS. I mean, I couldn't disagree more, but that's an issue that's out there right now. She apparently was working with Michelle at the auditor's office, and she's been calling her buddy, kind of asking him about it. And she asked me basically for an opinion late last week, and I just forwarded it to Kevin because I just told him, I mean, I don't know why she would need my legal opinion on what we think about the contract. Seems to me like she needs to be talking to her AG.
Yeah, I bet they like to.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess that's an issue that should probably be of some concern to the county.
Let me look, yeah. I don't see if they have part-time. Usually it's.
Well, really, they're talking about the ones that
Yeah,
are doing full caseloads.
they're acting as full-time employees, but we're paying them as contract. I mean,
Well,
they are part-time, or full-time, sorry, full-time.
sort of. I don't think all the indicias are there and of being eligible. Of course, DRS has different eligibility rules than like the IRS has for independent contractors, that kind of thing. But now there is one small clause that I think is what they're looking at.
That's almost like an HR question.
Yeah, well, I don't know what it is, but there's one little spot that that was in the contracts that was approved by the best settlement agreement.
Yeah, we probably are.
And of course, we've been using sort of those forms more or less. And so there is one little clause in there that could be a little problematic, but again, the rest of the supervision and that kind of thing, none of it applies. So, and it's completely different than the Dolan case out of King County. But anyhow.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the DRS Washington to see.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Anyway.
I know we have to be
Anyway,
careful.
that's floating around out there. But I'm not sure they've even decided their position yet, but
They will let us know.
yes. So,
Could be a little caveat with that.
mhm. So at any rate, but yeah, there we go.
Always something.
Yeah.
Well, congrats on the contracted lawyer.
Yeah, well, it's Paulette Burgess. I don't think any relationship. She's worked with us before. In fact, she probably has done, I don't know, 12 to 15 years. She was a contractor. And just the last 2 or 3 years she went to Texas for a little while, but now she's back.
Too hot in Texas.
What's that?
It's too hot in Texas in the summertime.
Yeah, so she came back. Had something to do, I don't know exactly, had something to do with a family thing or something, but anyway, but yeah, so we have her back and that's good, because she knows the system. There's not much I'm gonna, it's not like I gotta train her up and that sort of thing, so.
Cool. Nothing else?
That's really all I have.
Okay, well, thank you, Brett.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks.
We'll go into recess until 3:45. Okay, go.
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon. It is 3:45 p.m. and we are here for a prosecuting attorney's office update. We are going to
Potential litigation.
Okay. We are going to go into executive session for 5 minutes. Coming out at, we'll just say 3:51 for litigation, RCW 42.30.1101I.
$3:51. Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to let you know about that too, so you're aware of it.
It is 3:51 p.m. and we are out of executive session.
Thank you. That's all I had in mind.
Okay.
You're welcome to hang around. If you don't want to, yeah. Barbara, you wanted to?
I'm just here in case you had questions about the business licensing for contractors and subcontractors. I know that was set to be discussed last Monday, but then we got bumped. So I presume that also got bumped, and I'm here if you have questions. If you don't, great.
Yeah, so the idea is, so tourism has independent contracts to do photography, social media, different things. Some of them are paid quite a bit of money. And we were just curious if they need to have their own insurance or if they're operating under the consultant, I guess you would say, or if they need to have business licenses.
I didn't look into the insurance. I looked into licenses and I sent an email. Hopefully you got it. My conclusion is it's only legally prohibited for public works now, but that's by an independent statute. That alone, I think, shows why it's a bad idea, because the legislative landscape, as you're well aware, is constantly changing. I'm concerned that we might miss a statute for one particular area, but even if we don't, then there are questions of if they are required to have a license and we missed it, then the contract might be void, which, yeah, we don't have to pay them hypothetically, but then we have less recourse if they do something to damage the county and its reputation. That's generally what we're talking about with tourism. Also, they're less likely to have liability insurance. I didn't look into the question of whether or not we need to require them to have insurance, although generally I think Blair would probably tell you they should always have insurance. But if we're not looking into that, particularly on those $5,000 and less contracts, those independent influencers who are getting paid a few grand to go to the fair and tell everybody how great it is, they're probably not going to have insurance. But at least if we make them pay the $25 to get the license, they're more likely to have that as well from a policy perspective. I think that people in the community who have jumped through those hoops and are small businesses find out that the county's contracting with people who haven't done those things, whether or not it's required. I don't think they're going to be very happy about that. And part of your job is to keep your constituents happy. So that is something else for you to consider. I went into more detail there. But basically, it comes down to, do the departments, if you want to require it, have the bandwidth to individually investigate? I don't know if they do. I think it'd probably be cleaner to just have people provide a copy of their business license if they have one, if you want to require it. I know most departments are already short-staffed and you're worried about retention. So if you decide to require it, I would recommend just having those businesses present it. Any questions for me?
No, thank you. I do have a question, not on that, but on the Paramount.
Yes.
You did send, so are they contracted with the county or with South Grant County? Okay, so we really don't need to.
I think they wanted our endorsement.
Okay.
And it might affect the county. I haven't looked at it since I sent the email, so I'm reflecting. No, it's okay. We're not a signatory. As I recall, I did have some concerns. I can check if you want what those were, but my email.
Well, I was just kind of looking at them, but.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's not our contract.
Yeah, I just looked at it because you guys sent it, gave you my opinion, but as far as I can tell, they don't want us to sign on. So I think we're okay.
I apologize. From what I understood from Pam Thorson, we had a county contract, and Paramount does not want to use the county contract to use county property. They want to use their own. So
that's right. That's right. Thank you so much. Sorry, I've looked at a lot of contracts in the past few days, 3 today. Yeah, I compared the two contracts here. Let me just whip out the email. I compared the two contracts and I obviously liked ours better. I don't remember any other concerns I had. Hang on. With Rebecca out, boy, she looks at a lot of contracts. Oh, she is a hard worker. Okay. Yeah, so one of my concerns was that we had to warrant that the property was in good working condition and has properly been maintained. Now, I don't know where in the county they want to use, but just given the nature of our county, we're an outdoor recreation county. I don't really know how we can warrant that someone hasn't gone to the trail and done I don't know what in the intervening time. So I have a concern about that. Obviously, jurisdiction in California law, it's always the same issue. Our legal advice is limited to Washington legal interpretation, and we cannot practice in California unless Rebecca or Kevin or I suddenly pass the California State Bar. So those are the main things. I didn't see any other comments I had on there. And then I think Blair was reviewing the insurance. I don't know if he looked at that yet. But thank you for hiring him. He is a fabulous asset. He has been incredibly helpful already.
Okay, it's good to hear.
That was the plan.
Working out great so far.
Good. Like to hear that.
Great. That's all I had. Any questions other than that?
So did you send them a letter and tell them that we're not going to accept their contract?
Paramount? Oh, no, I sent you my comments.
Right here, you have a.
Yeah, you're the client. If you'd like me to tell their legal counsel anything, I can do that. But I don't act without your say-so. So
they're going to work in Washington. They're going to work by our rules.
Yeah, I have a feeling that they'll change that. I mean, I can't guarantee that, but that is the change that I find is the most likely to occur when you explain to them that we need to not have to pay for outside counsel in a different state. They usually understand.
And our last question was board action HR meetings. So HR meetings, we take care of some personnel issues instead of putting it on our consent agenda. So Caitlin's recommended to Caitlin by, I think, the laser fish person who's helping us, because she used to be a clerk, that we need to have public comment if we're gonna take action in HR.
Mhm.
So is that, did you have a chance to look at it? I just have a comment here.
Did that get sent to me?
I think it got sent to Rebecca, and I think we all
Actually, I
kind of,
know.
Oh, did we all just chat about it and then never tell anyone?
yeah, we haven't.
Okay.
And I think I haven't gotten, given Rebecca's been out, I haven't had a chance to talk to her about it.
That's
So,
been a few weeks ago.
yeah,
So do
yeah.
we need to just continue to have that 5-minute public comment for the HR meetings?
It would probably be the safest if it's
Okay.
not too inconvenient.
No, it's super easy to do that. It's just, there's HR stuff that we really don't want to put
Sure.
on that. It just makes more sense to leave it with HR than putting it in on our consideration. Okay. So we'll keep that 5 minutes.
Okay.
Public comment, or just 3 minutes.
Whatever happened, last I heard, you guys were gonna go talk to Columbia Basin Herald about, I think Rob was gonna go talk to him with some,
Kevin did.
what's that?
Kevin did.
Okay, and whatever happened, just curious, whatever came of that,
You mean about the payment for
the flyer, whatever it is, yeah.
yeah, for the news paper, whatever, the catalog?
Yeah,
Basically told them that we weren't gonna have them do a final print ever again until they sent it to the three of us and we sign off on it, because I'm not gonna pay them for something that we're not happy with.
okay,
And so to avoid that, the two need to say, we're ready to go to print, send it to us, and then we get to look at it and say, okay.
so is the issue resolved for the time being, or?
I believe,
I think it's
yeah, I believe
resolved,
it's
we'll pay it.
resolved.
Okay,
They
Because
did
they
some
actually
extra
spent more
stuff
on it.
and so.
okay,
And I just told them if we're gonna use them again next year, that's the process that we're gonna take
okay,
to avoid this issue ever again.
thank you, just wanted to check on that. And to see if it was resolved. And then the last thing I got to ask about, Rebecca wanted me to bring up for Barb V, about the trespass notice and the process we want to go through that, and made a couple of suggestions about letting the board know, getting pictures, and then sending out emails to everybody. Is that something we needed to discuss, or Barb, are you still there?
I am, yes. The email was sent from Rebecca to everyone back on January 30th. And the questions that the board, I think, she was asking for, do you want an all Grant County email notifying everyone that this person has been trespassed with a copy of a picture from TS of them in the halls? And then an instruction that they need to call the commissioner's office to make arrangements to enter the property again. I have created the Teams group, so I think you all electeds have been invited. We have the one in there currently. There's no picture, but the question that I see on here is, do you want an all Grant County email to go out when someone is trespassed with the photo?
What are your thoughts?
It would probably be helpful, but I would also want to put some caveats on that. You know, if you see this person, simply call the BOCC, don't engage them or anything like that.
You do not have permission to make any sort of detaining or
Yeah.
citizens arrest. Yeah.
Yeah, don't engage, don't
Just
just,
let us know.
just let us know. I think that makes sense.
I would agree with that. And we can take appropriate action.
Yep.
Because you may decide that you don't want to remove them that day, or you confirm that they have permission to be here, or what have you.
Yeah, because I think that situation's been taken care of. I don't think I've seen that person here since. So, I don't think anybody else has.
Thank you for the clarification. Yep. So if it's on like a Friday afternoon, the people will call our office and then we'll reach out to the commissioners and see what they'd like to do.
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Good. Okay. Did you guys have anything else for us that you needed? Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, we will go into recess until tomorrow at 8:30 when we are back for consent agenda review work session.